Although it seems commonplace in the armies of today, the tank is a surprisingly new invention. They first saw action less than a century ago during the First World War. But it was in the maelstrom of World War II that this devastating invention was to find its destiny as the biggest tank battles of history raged. Tanks came of age in the Second World War. They also developed quicker and changed more in a short 6-year period than at any time before or since. The catalyst was the demands of a technological war. Like Darwin's theory of evolution gone mad, World War II accelerated the pace of design. Fast responses to a constantly changing situation were urgently needed, and new designs had to be engineered, tested, and built in an incredibly short time scale. The average car takes 10 years to design, develop, and manufacture. In World War II, new designs were being produced in as many months. The great leap in tank design was even more astonishing given the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles, imposed on the defeated Germans by the Allies after World War I. It was designed to prevent Germany developing a tank capability. In 1936, only 3 years before the outbreak of World War II, Germany was heavily reliant on the small and ineffective Panzer I. It was little bigger than a modern family saloon car. But in 1939, 1,200 were in frontline service, and they formed the bulk of Germany's tank forces.
The Panzer I is really hardly worth considering as a fighting tank. It was designed originally for training. It just had a couple of machine guns in its turret. And apart from reconnaissance, you wouldn't dare send it out against other tanks. The majority of them were therefore converted to the sort of command tank role. And the purpose of a command tank is really just to provide transport for a battalion commander in the field. In other words, he can go out with his troops in their tanks, he can keep contact with them on the radio, but he's in a vehicle that will match theirs across country and gives him roughly the same sort of protection. The thing's fitted with a machine gun if he really gets into a sticky situation, but he's not meant to be fighting. He's meant to be keeping an eye on the situation and an ear and commanding his troops in action.
In the space of 3 short years, German tank technology would progress from the lightweight and inefficient Panzer I to the mighty Panzer VI, the Tiger, the most complete fighting vehicle of the war. As an example of evolution, the transformation from the Panzer I to this made the animal kingdom look positively static. Adolf Hitler was the man who provided the impetus to develop the tanks of Germany's Wehrmacht. Hitler was a gambler, and he gambled upon bluffing his enemies into believing his tank forces were far stronger than they actually were. When Hitler precipitated the Second World War with his invasion of Poland in 1939, his tank forces were questionable at best, but the gamble succeeded by the application of a new tactical doctrine, Blitzkrieg, championed by General Heinz Guderian.
Against Poland, the German command discovered a number of things which were very important. A, they didn't have the right kind of tanks. Mark 1s and Mark 2s were undergunned, and the second thing they discovered was you can let the tanks run as fast as you like, but it runs out of fuel, and also tanks need maintenance. The other thing they discovered was that their artillery support was horse-drawn. Well, obviously the rate of advance between a horse and a tank is rather different. The other thing they discovered was that their motorized division was really much, much too cumbersome. So the Germans learned a great deal from Poland. And the final lesson they learned was this: do not use tanks in a city.
At the end of the 19th century, when he proposed his theory of evolution, Charles Darwin noted that there were many branches which led to unsuccessful species and hence to extinction. Of course, Darwin was talking about animals, but tanks, it would seem, followed exactly the same rules. In 1939, it was understood that tanks in the coming war would need to be able to deal with two kinds of different situations. The first was tank versus tank actions. Tanks are designed to survive explosions, even very close or directly upon the vehicle. Faced with the armor of a tank, explosive power alone is of little value. To destroy a tank, it is necessary to fire a shell fast enough to penetrate the hull and kill the men inside. Provided the target was close enough, the armor of most tanks of 1939 and 1940 vintage could be penetrated by relatively small caliber anti-tank weapons, such as the 50mm gun which equipped these Panzer IIIs. But armor-piercing weapons were only useful in combat against other tanks. In action against infantry in buildings and artillery targets, tanks needed to fire a high explosive round to kill the unprotected men and disable the guns. The velocity, the speed of the shell, was relatively unimportant, but the bigger the shell, the bigger the explosion, so large caliber guns were preferable. In this rare piece of footage, we can see how slowly high explosive shells actually traveled. In slow motion, we can clearly see the shell leaving this German self-propelled gun as it flies towards its target. The explosion is no less impressive for the slow speed of the projectile. To achieve this destructive power and a tank-killing capability, a balanced tank force needed a mix of both anti-tank and high-explosive capability. In the opposing armies of 1939, two different solutions were found. The Germans developed two separate types of tanks, each specialized for a particular job. The first were the tank killers, equipped with a high-velocity anti-tank gun with a longer barrel of smaller caliber. Most of the Panzer IIIs of 1939 were mainly equipped with this gun, designed to deal with enemy tanks. All of the heavier Panzer IVs and even some Panzer IIIs were designed as infantry support tanks. They were equipped with a short-barreled gun of higher caliber, ideal for firing high explosives.
The Panzer IV, when it first arrived in North Africa, and the Panzer III latterly, had a short 75mm gun in the turret. This gun was designed to fire high explosive, and it therefore served in what's known as the close support role. That means the tank stays close to the infantry and uses the gun to deal with the kind of opposition they've got to face: machine gun positions, blockhouses, and light artillery. It is not really to be judged as an anti-tank weapon in the same way as, say, the British 2-pounder or the American 75. But it's a question really of the use a tank is meant to be put to, and this tank was designed specifically to deal with those targets that the high-velocity anti-tank gun can't cope with.
In contrast to the Germans, who had two types of tanks, one solution tried by the armies of both France, America, and Russia was to house two types of gun in the same tank. This produced the massive multi-turreted tanks, like the Char B and the Lee Grant tank. The dual turret idea was a failure, an evolutionary blind alley which was cruelly exposed on the battlefield. The two turrets made the tank difficult to operate. It was impossible to coordinate the guns, and the sheer size of the machines presented a huge target that was difficult to miss. With the figure of her commander perched some 15 feet above the ground, it is easy to see why this Lee Grant could not be successfully hidden on the battlefield.
The main gun on the General Grant is a 75mm weapon, which not only fires solid armor-piercing shot, but can also fire high explosive rounds, and this was the answer to Rommel's tactics of mixing tanks and anti-tank guns. You've got solid shot for dealing with the enemy tanks, and you can fire high explosive rounds and lob them near to the enemy anti-tank gun, which will disable the crew or put them off their stroke for a while. The disadvantage on this particular tank design is that the main gun is down here in the hull. You can see there's a conventional anti-tank gun in it, but this is the gun that does the business, and having it low down in the hull is a handicap. It is quite clear from the height of this tank and the position of this gun that there'll be a lot of tanks sticking up in the air when it's trying to hide behind a ridge and shell an enemy position.
Compare the large and ungainly Grant with the sleek form of this late-war German tank killer, and the advantages soon become apparent. A low silhouette which presented a squat target was difficult to hit, and sloping armour deflected shots away from the vehicle. As the war progressed, the same course was ultimately adopted by all sides, which was to combine both an anti-tank capability and an infantry support role in one vehicle by mounting the largest possible high-velocity gun. The larger caliber effectively gave it a good high-explosive firing capability, as well as a deadly killing power against other tanks. In the Polish campaign of September 1939, the German generals would have loved to have such excellent tanks. Nonetheless, they were still able to provide a quick and complete victory for Hitler, despite extreme reservations about the suitability of the available tank designs and the limitation of the new tactics. Despite the concerns of the generals, Hitler had triumphed in Poland. Now, his gambling instincts ran unchecked. Hitler turned his attentions to the invasion of France, and his generals grew nervous. They knew that this time there would surely be no repeat of the easy victory won in Poland. Hitler's combination of political brinkmanship and calculated gambles had disguised the fact that the German army at this time could deploy only 2,000 tanks. The British and French could count on 4,500. Not only were their numbers inferior, but many of the tanks deployed by the Germans were of limited fighting value. As we have seen, one of the main offenders in this respect was the tiny Panzer I light tank. Seen here in Bovington, this machine still bears the evidence of the shells fired through the hull which disabled it. The ease with which the thin armour of the Panzer I could be penetrated had been cruelly exposed in Poland, but some 520 machines still had to be engaged for the coming invasion of France. There was simply no alternative. Of far greater military value was the Panzer IV, then one of the best tanks in the world. But in 1940, only 200 of these machines were available, which meant that the best and most heavily armoured tank available to the Wehrmacht accounted for less than 10% of the tank force. It was an oversight which could potentially have been disastrous, as throughout its long career, the Panzer IV was to prove a remarkably versatile design.
There are those who say that if the Germans had stuck to the Panzer IV and built large numbers of them, they'd done a lot better than messing about with tanks like the Tigers and Panthers. The reason is that this was a superb all-round design. It was in service when the war broke out. It was still an effective frontline tank at the end. And the reason is that the Germans built expandability into the design. Its armour thickness increases 2 or 3 times over the wartime period, and that does not affect the tank's performance at all, although it's getting heavier. And the gun, although it doesn't increase in calibre, certainly increases in size from a short-barreled 75 to this long 75, which enabled it to keep pace with developments on the other side.
Taken together with the Mark III and IV, the German tank force on the eve of the decisive battle in France deployed 500 Panzer Is, 1,000 Panzer IIs, 350 Panzer IIIs, 200 Panzer IVs, and 400 of the Czech-manufactured Panzer 38Ts. This very high proportion of light tanks would have proved hopelessly inadequate later in the war. But in 1940, evolutionary forces had not yet begun to work, and the light tanks were still capable of doing the job, but only just. But as the history books testify, Hitler was to triumph as completely in France as he had done in Poland. He did so for 2 reasons. Firstly, there were the poor French and British tank tactics. Although some pioneering work had been done in Britain, it was the Germans who had developed blitzkrieg to its fullest extent with the help of their future adversary, the Russians.
As the Germans began to be very well aware, it was the Red Army under Tukhachevsky, under Chalebsky and others who were developing the theory of what is called deep battle. In other words, operations for deep penetration using a combination of tank troops and airborne troops and, if you like, motorized infantry. It was, in many respects, the practical experience which the Germans acquired in Russia, which I would regard as being perhaps the most decisive and even more important. The Russians at the same time were working out very, very complex theoretical backgrounds to this. So there was a coincidence, if you like, of the German interest and commitment and Soviet practice.
One other significant factor which led to the German victory in 1940 was that the superior French tanks were distributed in small contingents throughout the army. The German tanks, on the other hand, were concentrated together in the new panzer divisions, superbly led by able commanders. The combination of efficient battlefield tactics and inspired leadership made the difference for Hitler. But it served to disguise the many weaknesses which existed in the tank designs themselves. By the time these flaws were discovered, mercifully for the rest of humanity, it would be too late.
The German army in 39-40 was not particularly more mechanized than, say, the French army, but they made great use of being able to concentrate their forces. Much of the logistics was horse-drawn. They could range far and wide, but whenever they had to move their bases forward, much of their supplies, including the fuel, had to come in by horse. The result is that the pace of their ability to move their operations eastward was much diminished.
During 1941, the real weaknesses of the German tank designs were still not discovered. Several false conclusions were drawn from the conquest of the Balkans and Greece. These easy victories supported the continued German belief that their tanks were the best in the world. Although the design work that was to lead to the Tiger had begun, there was little real urgency. Up to the summer of 1941, Germany's main adversary had been Britain, and British tank design lagged behind Germany's. In the North African campaign, the poor performance of the British Crusader tanks only gave fresh support to the German view that the Panzer III and IVs were at least equal to anything the Allies could throw at them. The Crusader was particularly badly designed, and it was plagued by a host of mechanical failures. Eventually, the British Army lost faith in their own tanks altogether, and in 1943, when the victorious British and American forces embarked from Africa for the invasion of Italy, all of the British tanks were left behind.
Now, the Crusader is arguably one of the worst tanks Britain ever produced. It was a cruiser tank. That means it was designed to travel fast and relied on its speed far rather than its armour thickness for protection. The drawback was it was also chronically unreliable, and breakdowns became almost endemic. I am quite convinced that one of the reasons the British Army only took American tanks to Italy in 1943 was that the standard of reliability of the British machines they used in the desert, particularly as personified by the Crusader, had really actually put them off. And therefore tanks like the Grant and the Sherman, which followed it, were reliable and therefore far more acceptable to British troops.
Despite the limitations of machines like the Crusader, in North Africa, the signs were there of the dangerous flaws in Germany's tank capability. In the relative backwater of the Desert War, even the unspectacular British Matilda tank was considered a success against the Italian forces and frequently held its own against the Germans.
The gun on the Matilda, which is typical of most tanks of this period, is the 2-pounder, a 40mm weapon, but it only fired solid shot. In other words, it was only any use firing against enemy tanks. Now, this was fine under those circumstances, but once the Germans came to the desert and started mixing tanks and anti-tank guns in the attack, you needed a dual-purpose gun, something that not only fired solid shot to take out enemy tanks, but could also fire high explosive shells. And that sort of advantage comes in at last when we get the American tanks over, notably the General Grant.
Once again, superior German battlefield tactics were overcoming the limitations of her armoured forces. But these successes also reinforced a leisurely attitude towards the development of new types. In 1941, the evolution of German tank design was proceeding much too slowly, and it was to have deadly consequences, from which Germany would never recover. The shock was to be delivered in Russia. When Hitler ordered the conquest of Russia in the summer of 1941, confidence among the Panzer Force was at an all-time high. The Desert War was progressing well, and the German tactics of mixing tank and anti-tank forces together concealed the deficiencies in tank design from the Germans themselves. Despite the understandable cockiness of the German High Command, a few lessons from earlier campaigns had been absorbed, and the makeup of the tank force which shook Stalin to the core had a much higher proportion of the heavier Mark III and IV tanks instead of the lightweight Panzer I and IIs. This trend illustrated the steadily increasing reliance on heavier armor, which was to continue throughout the war. It was just as well, because the Wehrmacht was about to meet with a very nasty surprise. After a few weeks of the campaign, in which the German armor had faced only obsolete Russian tanks, such as the lumbering T-28 and the outdated BT-7, the German forces suddenly encountered two of the new Russian tanks, which were to change the course of the war. The first was the heavy KV-1, a 46-ton monster with superior heavy armor and a vicious 76mm gun capable of destroying any German tank from most ranges on the battlefield. In 1941, it was a deadly adversary.
The Soviet KV-1 is a fine example of a tank made for specific conditions. Broad tracks for dealing with mud and snow, and a diesel engine for operating in the coldest possible weather. In 1941, when it first appeared, it was a superb design and absolutely dominated the battlefield. But by the time Kursk came, it was beginning to get outclassed. The Tigers and the Panthers, with their thicker armor and enormous guns, could take it out at ranges beyond which it simply couldn't fight back.
The other unpleasant surprise for Germans was the arrival of the T-34, a medium tank far better armed and equipped than the German Mark IV. It was also better equipped to deal with the extreme Russian weather conditions. Its wide tracks made it equally at home in the dry, in mud, or in snow. In addition, the sloping armor presented an angled front to German fire, designed to cause shells to glance off the armor. The T-34 was to become the real nemesis of the German army. It was built for mass assembly, and the crude welding lines could be clearly seen. It was no beauty, but it was tough, and it possessed a superb inbuilt ability to be upgraded.
Now, the T-34 was probably one of the finest tank designs of the Second World War. You have, for a start, one of the first tanks to be fitted with sloped armor, which, in defensive terms, is excellent. But the great thing about T-34 was the way it was capable of improvement. When the T-34 first appeared in service, it was fitted with a 76mm gun and had a two-man crew in the turret. By 1944, they had not only upgunned it to take an 85mm weapon, they'd increased the turret size to enable it to take 3 men, and that makes it a far more efficient tank on the battlefield. Nobody else achieved that throughout the war, and that alone would single the T-34 out as one of the most outstanding tanks of all time.
Although the Germans would devise better tanks, they could never hope to compete in terms of the sheer numbers of T-34s.
Now, the T-34 was the most prolific tank of the Second World War, and when you consider that the Soviets achieved that and moved their tank-producing facilities right across the country under German pressure, it really is remarkable. Just inspect the tank closely and you'll see how crude it is. The workmanship would make the average British or American factory worker weep, but that doesn't worry the Russians at all. They are out to produce as many crude, hard, tough fighting tanks as possible, and in the T-34 they achieved it, no doubt about that at all.
It was by no means the best tank to emerge from World War II, but it was more than adequate for the task, and the huge numbers manufactured would ultimately tip the balance of the whole war. It was now, almost too late, that the German High Command began to urgently request new tanks with superior armor and more effective guns to combat the KV-1 and T-34. A new heavy tank was needed urgently, but it wouldn't be available for at least a year. To compound matters, mistaken assessments based on experience in France had led to even the heaviest German tank, the Mark IV, being equipped with short-barreled 75mm guns. While Germany scrambled to produce the new heavy tanks, the Mark IVs were urgently re-equipped with long-barreled 75mm guns. Extra welded steel skirts were also added as a defense against the new Russian hollow charge weapons. Measures like these helped to keep up the momentum of the German advance in 1942, but the panzer divisions were increasingly hard-pressed by the growing numbers of T-34s and KV-1s.
What the Russians had tried to do was to bring in two new tanks, the T-34, which actually was the tank which had been tested in '39, and a rather heavier tank, the Klim-Voroshilov. But they'd only produced about 1,000 of each. So therefore, these T-34s were distributed in very small packets. And remember, the battlefront is about 2,000 miles long. So what do you do with 1,000 tanks? On the other hand, it did come as an enormous shock the first time the Germans encountered the T-34, because the T-34's armor, mobility, speed, and gun power was something they simply hadn't suspected.
In the German ranks, it was felt that the deadly 88mm anti-tank gun was the ideal weapon for the task of destroying the hordes of T-34s. But the 88 was originally designed as an anti-aircraft gun. It was very large and not designed to be carried in the turret of a tank. What the Germans now needed was a tank big enough to house such a gun and well armored enough to withstand the punishment which it would receive on the battlefield. It would take time to develop such a machine, and in 1941, one stopgap measure was to increase the production of assault guns or turretless tanks.
This is a machine called a Sturmgeschütz. It's basically a Panzer III chassis with the gun fitted into a superstructure rather than the turret. There's two big advantages. One, it's quicker and cheaper to produce, and secondly, you can actually fit a far larger gun than you'd be able to fit into a turret on the same hull. The disadvantage, of course, is that the thing cannot deal in open battle with its enemies like a tank can. It can't swing a turret round to fire, it's got to swing the whole vehicle round.
In 1941, the puny 50mm gun was still the standard anti-tank armament for German tanks. The experience of tank ace Hermann Bix was typical of the desperate straits many German tank commanders now found themselves in. Bix saw a dozen of his shells bounce off this KV-1 even at the closest ranges. Eventually, he managed to silence the steel monster as it swung its turret to take aim against him by the expedient of a well-aimed shot deliberately fired through the barrel of his opponent's gun. Men like Bix were part of a new breed of German tank commanders who achieved incredible victories against superior Russian forces. But these superior forces were now also armed with better equipment, and a deadly race would develop between the Russian capacity to manufacture more tanks against the Germans' ability to engineer better tanks. Although the German engineers would prove themselves winners, they were let down by their manufacturing capacity. The German war effort was being run inefficiently, and by 1942, Germany was being targeted by wave after wave of Allied bombers, which were reducing her war industries to rubble, while Stalin had wisely moved his factories back into the interior of Russia out of harm's way.
They had managed to move out considerable elements of tank factories and aircraft factories. For example, the Kharkov tractor works, which produced tanks, they managed to get that out. The workers in that factory walked along the railway line under German gunfire to get in the trains to be moved out. They got the equipment out and they took the workers out. It was the largest industrial migration in the history of the world. Well over, I think it's about 1,900 plants were moved eastwards.
During 1942, the Red Army's armada of T-34s was growing ominously. new Russian tank armies were coming into being, and in the wake of the terrible defeat at Stalingrad, the German soldiers prayed for an answer. In the winter of 1942, the answer to their prayers was finally ready for delivery. It was the Panzerkampfwagen 6, the Tiger.
Well, the Tiger I has got to be seen as a quantum leap in the progress of tank design. It appeared in 1942, and in one swoop, it doubled in armour thickness, doubled in weight, and doubled in gun power, the might of any tank on the battlefield. It was really a terrific leap forward in tank design. Of course, in doing this, the Germans paid a tremendous price. The tank is so heavy that it made it difficult to control. You've got an engine which really isn't 100% powerful enough for the kind of weight it was pushing about, and they had a lot of technical problems just keeping it on the battlefield. So for all their advances and their immense power, the Tiger was a terrific liability to its crew.
The Tiger tank had been developed in 1940 and 1941, too late to benefit from all of the lessons from the Russian war. So it had the uncompromisingly flat armour at the front, which didn't deflect shots away from the vehicle. Sloping armour like the T-34 would have been preferable, but the Tiger was so very heavily armoured that even this problem was overcome. In fact, the Tiger was almost impervious to most Russian guns at all but the closest ranges, and it carried the deadly 88mm gun, then the best weapon on the battlefield. Inside his heavily armoured turret, the gunner of the Tiger lined his target up on the middle triangle of his gun sight as the motorised turret effortlessly swung the gun into position. The maker's manual proclaimed that the 88mm gun was 100% accurate at ranges of up to 1,000 metres. On the battlefield, the Tiger soon proved its deadly efficiency. But there were never enough machines to equip all of the Panzer divisions. So the Tigers were organised into special heavy tank battalions called Schwere Abteilungs, which could be rushed from place to place on the hard-pressed front wherever they were most desperately needed. The highly efficient Nazi propaganda trumpeted the arrival of the Tiger, and, for once, the results justified the rhetoric. Although only 80 Tigers had been delivered by the end of January 1943, already they were credited with over 400 kills. In the spring of that year, the Germans extended their use to North Africa, and the Western Allies grew nervous. In the space of just 2 short years, it seemed the Germans had evolved the ultimate battlefield weapon. To compound matters, no Tiger had yet been captured. That situation was to change early in 1943, when British forces fighting in Tunisia knocked out and captured this machine, which is currently undergoing restoration in the Tank Museum at Bovington.
The particular history of this one is that it was issued to the 501st Heavy Tank Battalion of the German Army and shipped to Tunisia early in 1943. It came up against 48th Royal Tank Regiment, and 48th Royal tanks were then in Churchills, armed with a 57mm gun, which is against an 88 on this thing. But some fluke shot from one of the Churchill tanks actually struck the Tiger underneath its gun barrel, embedded itself in the turret ring, caused the crew to panic, leap out and abandon the tank. Now, that really is exceptional. Those tanks were so powerful they could have dealt with Churchills without any problem at all, way out of the range that the Churchills could fight back. And that way, this perfect example of one of the strongest tanks of the Second World War falls into British hands.
In 1943, this object of fascination was studied by no less than Winston Churchill and King George VI. The tank was the subject of an urgent British Army study. Every inch of the Tiger was inspected, and a very concerned study team presented their findings. It was noted that the Tiger, with its heavy armour, dual-purpose armament, and first-class fighting ability, was basically an excellent tank, and constituted a considerable advance on any Allied tank. The study revealed its only real weaknesses were the limits imposed on mobility due to its weight, width, and limited range of action. but the study concluded that overall, the Tiger presented a very formidable fighting machine which could not be underrated. There was more bad news for the Allies. In tandem with the Tiger, the German armaments industry had also been developing a new medium tank to match the T-34. It would be ready in 1943. Although they would not admit it, many of the features of the new Panzerkampfwagen 5, or Panther, were copied directly from the T-34. The Panther had the same sloping armor, wide tracks, and a similar 75mm gun. Developed with breakneck speed and rushed into production, the Panther made its debut at the Battle of Kursk before they were really proven. Engine and transmission problems abounded. Engine fires were commonplace. Dozens broke down, and some vehicles went into their first action pouring fire from the exhaust pipes. Not surprisingly, the Panther was a disappointment at Kursk. But once it had overcome its initial teething problems, the Panther would prove itself the best medium tank of the war. Indeed, it was a far better vehicle than the T-34, but again the problem of short supply remained. It was never to be available in the quantities which the war in the East demanded. Although 6,000 would be built, that was never enough, as the numbers destroyed always kept pace with supply. The advent of the Panther and the Tiger represented almost the end of the evolutionary trail in World War II. German tank sizes had steadily increased from the 6-ton Panzer I through the 22-ton Panzer III, and now onto the 62-ton Tiger. It would reach a peak with the 70-ton Tiger B, or King Tiger. The weight and superior armor certainly made the difference, but quality had been achieved at the expense of quantity, and it was quantity which Germany needed. It has been estimated that from May 1944 until the end of the war, on any given day, on average, only 400 tanks were available for action in the entire German army. The Allies could call on some 20,000. With this tremendous disparity in numbers, it has been estimated that in the East, the German tank divisions would have had to destroy 10 Russian tanks for every one of their own which was lost. In fact, by the end of the war, it is estimated that 5 Russian tanks were destroyed for every German tank. But it was never enough to affect the huge numerical superiority enjoyed by the Allies. Even on the Western Front, 4 Allied tanks were being destroyed for every German machine lost. For the Western Allies, the solution was very much the same as the Russians. It was to abandon the search for radical advances, take a simple, workable design, and manufacture it in vast quantities. While the Russians had the T-34, the Allied option was the Sherman. This was the main battle tank of the Western Allies. It had numerous flaws, chief among them its very high profile, which made an easy target, but it was available in huge numbers. So many Shermans were manufactured that they were even shipped to the east to help the Russian war effort. The Russian response was politely muted, as the Sherman never matched the standards of the T-34. Even when it was upgraded to include a high-velocity 85mm weapon, the tank was really no match for the Tiger. As further proof of the Sherman's weakness, it is interesting to note that only a small proportion of German tanks were actually destroyed by the Sherman. The vast majority either fell victim to Allied fighter bombers or had to be abandoned and destroyed by their crews when they experienced mechanical difficulties, or, more frequently, ran out of fuel. From 1944, the Allied bombing campaigns were really beginning to bite, and the shortage of fuel and spare parts was killing the panzer formations as effectively as the Allied armies. One thing the panzer divisions did have on their side was experience, and before they were swept away, the small groups of Tigers performed heroically. One man will always be associated with the Tiger. He was Michael Wittmann of the 1st SS Panzer Division. Wittmann was responsible for a huge number of Allied tank kills. By June 1944, Wittmann and his Tiger had been responsible for more than 130 Russian tanks when he was transferred to the Western Front. Despite the skills of men like these, the Tigers were still being destroyed as fast as they were being delivered. And Wittmann himself fell in action in August 1944, his machine totally destroyed. Such losses were simply unsustainable. In 1944, despite the pressures of the Allied bombing raids, some 20,000 German armoured fighting vehicles were manufactured. But battlefield losses were running at some 23,000 machines. So the number of German tanks available in 1944 at the front line actually fell. During 1944, on average, there were never more than 70 Tigers available for action at any given time on the whole of the Russian front. The remaining machines were under short or long-term repair. It was this tiny force which forged a legend. On the Western Front, the Allies by now enjoyed total air supremacy, and the Allied Air Force was able to rove at will, destroying German aircraft on the ground. The high rate of attrition on their armoured force caused the Germans to cast around desperately for a solution. One successful expedient was to dispose with the turret of the new Panther tanks to produce turretless vehicles with less flexibility, but with heavier firepower. They were also easier and quicker to manufacture. 3 could be made for every 2 tanks. These tank killers were known by the German name Jagdpanther. By this stage of the war, German armour was fighting almost exclusively defensive battles, for which the Jagdpanthers were perfectly suited. They could lie in wait, firing from fixed positions. The Jagdpanther, shown here, is from the Imperial War Museum. It has had the side removed to permit the public to view the inside, but the sense of military efficiency still remains. It too bears the scars of the armour-piercing shells which disabled it in 1945. As with the turretless tanks, there was also a steady increase in size and armament in the tank Hunters, which evolved from the simple Marder I, based on the Panzer I, to the ultimate tank killing machine, the Jagd Tiger, based on the upgraded Tiger II. Massive armour and a superb high-caliber gun made these machines deadly, but once again, the design and engineering effort took valuable resources away from producing simpler designs in the volume the Germans needed. The last Panzer to see active service was the Moving Fortress, which was the upgraded Tiger B, or King Tiger. It carried the huge 88mm high-velocity gun, which was deadly at almost any range on the battlefield. But only 470 of these machines were ever manufactured, never enough to seriously affect the tidal wave of armour now encroaching Germany on every side. But the Tiger and Tiger B still made a large impact in the closing months of the war.
Now, the Tiger II is a remarkable tank by any standards. A bigger and more powerful gun than the Tiger I, and the armour is thicker and sloped, giving it a tremendous advantage. And when you think this tank came into service in 1944, it really looks almost good enough to use today. It's a considerable tribute to the German designers. The trouble is, it's getting near the limit of weight that the engine and transmission can stand, and of course, producing a tank like this under wartime conditions is a tremendous strain, especially when the industry is being heavily bombed. Therefore, although you could say that in terms of gun power and armour, it way outclasses tanks such as the T-34, it was never available in enough numbers, and it certainly wasn't easy to ship around the country in a hurry to get to trouble spots, and in that sense, has to be regarded as a failure in terms of tank design.
The Tiger B was the largest practical tank to see action in the Panzer divisions. Already its huge size was giving enormous difficulty in negotiating narrow roads and moving across bridges, few of which could carry its huge weight. It also needed huge stocks of the vital fuel supplies, which Germany could no longer provide. But in 1945, when the war ended, Germany was developing the super-heavy Panzer VII, a huge metal monster, massively armored and sporting a huge main gun. In an untypically humorous moment, this machine, designed to lead the Nazi war machine, was given the joking nickname, the Mouse. The Mouse was never to see action, and only 4 prototypes were built. But it seemed that the crazed minds of the Third Reich would never give up the quest to be the best and the biggest, whatever the cost. But, as the humble T-34 had proved, in evolution, sometimes quantity matters as much as quality.
The enduring images of the panzer formations of World War II are the famous battle tanks, the legendary Panthers and Tigers, which have become synonymous with the Wehrmacht. While they are undoubtedly the best known, they were by no means the most numerous fighting vehicles in the panzer divisions. Every bit as important as these true tanks were their less celebrated cousins of the assault gun and tank destroyer formations. In many respects, they were similar machines to true tanks and frequently did the same job, but they sacrificed the benefits of the turret for the ability to mount a bigger gun, which was carried on a fixed mounting, pointing straight ahead at the enemy. In 1944, during the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies captured this powerful monster, the Sturmtiger. The troops who knocked out this giant adversary must have breathed a huge sigh of relief, because this devastating machine was so powerfully armed. It had outgrown mere artillery power and was equipped with a rocket launcher of ferocious attacking force. It was designed to attack even the strongest fortification. Due to the range limitations of its rocket launcher, the Sturmtiger had to get very close to its target to fire its payload. But it was so heavily armored that it was nearly impervious to any anti-tank gun on the battlefield. The Sturmtiger's role was to rumble right up to infantry bunkers or strongpoints and fire the rocket at almost point-blank range. Obviously, the chances of survival for its target were slim indeed. The enormous rockets it carried were so heavy, the vehicle needed its own crane to be able to load the shells. Once loaded, the inside of the tank was so cramped, it carried enough rounds for only 13 shots. But when it did fire, the results were devastating. The Sturmtiger was the last in a line of turretless tanks, which the German army had produced in increasing quantities since the outbreak of World War II. But this highly specialized vehicle was produced so late in the war that only 19 were manufactured before Germany finally surrendered.
The idea was to fire an enormous shell with a sort of plunging round that would come whistling down out of heaven and whop whatever was underneath it good and hard. But really, a thing like that is a very specialist weapon and was probably, again, like many of the German developments of this time, more trouble than it was actually worth.
The number of Sturmtigers may have been very limited, but other turretless tanks were used in huge numbers by the Germans. Like all successful inventions, they had been adapted and improved over the 9 years since their introduction. In that time, their numbers had grown so that by 1945 they were among the most numerous fighting vehicles in the German army, and with good reason.
Many German crews didn't like some of their own vehicles, which were too heavy, too slow, difficult to handle, had bad accommodation problems, had too low ammunition storages. You can have lists and lists of this kind of thing. It's almost a Darwinian process, you know, the survival of the fittest, as it were, the survival of the most suitable for the battlefield, the survival of that equipment which is workable and handleable and can be profitably and successfully used by the crews.
Unfortunately, the first attempts to produce a specialist tank hunter favored the simple expedient of mounting a 4.7 centimeter anti-tank gun on the chassis of the tiny Panzer I. It was a failure. Although the 4.7 was more effective than the puny 3.7, which originally equipped the Panzer III, it was still feeble compared to the 75mm gun of a Russian T-34. In addition, the open fighting compartment gave only limited protection to the crew. Another problem was the instability of the top-heavy assembly. Frequently, these tank hunters simply toppled over. During 1942, frustrating attempts were made to improve upon the Panzer I in the form of the Marder II and III tank destroyers. These strange hybrids used the Panzer II chassis, the Czech 38T chassis, and sometimes even mounted a captured Russian 76mm anti-tank gun. They proved to be little more than an improvised stopgap in a steadily worsening situation on the Eastern Front. But they did go some way towards holding the advancing tide of Russian armor, while real tank killers could be developed.
They discovered very early in 1941 that they didn't have anti-tank capability. They just didn't. So what they did, they improvised, and they took, as you know, the Czech 38T tank. It was a Czech tank built by Škoda, and stuck a captured Russian anti-tank guns on top of it. And that became, you know, the Marder III. The first Marder was actually an anti-tank gun stuck on a French Lorraine chassis. Well, that wasn't much good. But you really had to do something very quick. And the strange thing is that that whole series of German vehicles produced on the chassis of the Czech 38T and the 38D became really very successful, partly because the chassis and the suspension was very good, and partly because they put the right guns on it. And so when you've got machines like that, which in fact perform very well, whatever their hybrid origins, if they work in the field, that's fine. But that's an extraordinary story, I think, of the marriage between Czech tank design, Russian anti-tank guns, and if I may put it this way, German adaptive engineering, and you get virtually a different weapon system, and a very successful one, and which in fact even outlasted the end of the Second World War.
The first two specialized tank hunting machines proved to be almost as disappointing as the Marders. The massive Elephant looked good on paper. It was based on the 80 Porsche chassis, which had been built for a proposed rival to the Tiger. This gave the five-man crew the same all-round protection as the Sturmgeschütz. In addition, the Elephant was massively armored and sported the deadly 88mm gun. It made a much heralded debut at the Battle of Kursk. Despite all the portents, the Elephant proved to be an unmitigated disaster.
They needed vehicles to get out to the Eastern Front, and so what the German Army did was they welded on the back end of this big chassis a citadel, armored it, and put a big 88mm gun. What they failed to do, however, was put a machine gun on it, and so you had Russian infantry climbing aboard and burning the crews.
Soviet tank hunting teams had a field day. The hapless crews inside the Elephant had no means of effective resistance against infantry, and 40 of the 80 Elephants deployed at Kursk were destroyed in the first 2 days of fighting.
It wasn't everybody's favorite. It was very difficult to handle. It was a huge target itself. I mean, who wanted to be burned alive or blown to pieces in one of these things?
So very rapidly, the German Ordnance Corps develops a machine gun that all you had to do was pop the hatch, stick this thing out, and it had a curved barrel. And you could hose the vehicle off with this curved barrel weapon. So a very innovative way to do things.
The remaining machines were ignominiously withdrawn to be refitted with machine guns before being sent to Italy, where the survivors were destroyed in the battles following the Anzio landings. More effective in battle than the Elephant was the Nashorn, or rhinoceros. It also featured the fearsome 88mm gun, but inexplicably left the crew unprotected in an open fighting compartment. The high silhouette of the Nashorn made it an easy target, but nonetheless, nearly 500 were issued between 1943 and 1944.
The Nashorn was the chassis of the Panzer IV that they took the turret off of and put not so well armored, but a Citadel on the back of that, and they also put an 88mm gun on that. And the idea was, of course, to pick off the Russian tanks at long ranges so that they couldn't close down on your position.
The Nashorn was phased out with the introduction of the first really successful purpose-designed German tank hunter, the Jagdpanzer IV. Manufactured by Vomag, this sleek machine boasted low silhouette, a machine gun for close defense, and gave its crew the all-round protection of thick, well-sloped armor. The first really effective purpose-designed tank killer had arrived. But in 1944, it had arrived too late to tip the balance.
It's the Jagdpanzer IV Long. Carries the L70 gun, the same as the Panther, 75mm. This is a early 44 model. It was abandoned late 44, captured by the Allies, brought back to this country for test and evaluation. It's stayed here ever since. It had a 5-man crew, very cramped, very noisy, very dirty.
The Allied bombing campaigns, now paralyzing Germany's industry, limited the numbers produced to just under 1,800. By this stage of the war, there was never going to be enough to stem the tide of armor flooding in against Germany from every side. To complement the Panzerjäger IV in these last-ditch battles, the Czech manufacturers, Praga, finally managed to produce a first-class tank destroyer. This was the Hetzer. Much smaller than the Panzerjäger IV, it nonetheless packed a highly effective 76mm gun. Coupled with very good sloping armor, excellent mobility, and a very low silhouette, this small vehicle, which resembled a miniature Panzerjäger, was deceptively powerful and was much loved by its crews. Fortunately for the hard-pressed Germans, the Czech tank works were reasonably efficient manufacturers, and some 2,500 machines reached the hard-pressed front lines.
This is the Hetzer, and one of the things about it is it's a marked improvement over some of the earlier German anti-tank guns. A lot of the earlier German anti-tank guns were open, and as you can see, this vehicle is completely enclosed. It has a very high-velocity 75mm gun. It's made in Czechoslovakia. Very good suspension system, a very good engine, and the crews liked it very, very, very much.
These knocked-out Hetzers from the archives of the Tank Museum at Bovington show just how common they were in the Normandy battles. Supplied in even more limited numbers was the next machine to emerge from the German armament industry, the Jagdpanther. Based on the successful chassis tank design for the Panther tank, by following the principle of dispensing with the turret, the Jagdpanther could carry a high-velocity 88mm gun, as opposed to the 76mm gun of the ordinary Panther. Its superb sloped armor gave the Jagdpanther enormous defensive advantages, a relatively low silhouette, and a fearsome attacking power. However, production difficulties meant only 350 of this, the best tank destroyer of the war, ever reached the front. This rare footage shows a transporter train moving these precious machines to the hard-pressed Russian front.
This is the Jagdpanther. It's been called the best tank destroyer of World War II, and that's probably the case. It has a very, very good gun. It's an 88mm gun. The Panther itself had a 75mm gun, but by doing away with the turret, you can lower the profile of the vehicle. You can armor up the front of this very, very well, and it became a very, very effective anti-tank weapon. The crews liked it. But it does have some deficiencies, not the least of which is the running gear. Now, if you notice, the running gear here is shaped very oddly. You have a single wheel here, 2 road wheels here, a single here, 2 here, and so on and so forth. Well, one of the things that happens with this vehicle is mud gets up in here and it would freeze. And so you get up the next morning and you have a pillbox. That's one fault. The other problem, though, is notice that if this road wheel back in here, the one back in here, fails and you need to replace it, you need to take off 5 road wheels. This one, that one, this one, and this one to get to it. So there's a lot of maintenance involved in this vehicle. And 2, back up here on the back deck, if you have to work on this thing, if it broke down, there are a lot of places where you have to work upside down and blind on it. And if you drop your tools, they're gone.
In even shorter supply than the Jagdpanther was the cumbersome Jagdtiger, a veritable fortress on tracks. In keeping with the German practice of mounting larger guns into turretless tanks, the Jagdtiger mounted a massive high-velocity 128mm gun, which was so powerful it could destroy any Allied tank on the battlefield at almost any range. Fortunately for the Allies, only 48 were produced, and these so late in the war that even their massive firepower could not hope to thwart the inevitable tide of defeat. Most were destroyed by their own crews when they ran out of fuel, broke down, or had fired the last of their ammunition.
This is the Jagdtiger, and this is a really bad idea. It's the chassis of the Tiger II tank. It has a 128mm gun in it. It's the largest anti-tank gun mounted on a chassis in World War II. But the vehicle is just huge. Combat loaded weight of about 85 tons. So no bridge could support it in Europe. There's a major river, every 50 miles in Europe, so no bridge could take it. You had to raft it across rivers. And 2, it gets about 8 gallons to the mile. This when the German army had very little fuel. When you fill this thing up with a fuel browser, you're looking around for another one right away. These are the field tracks. And when this thing moved by railroad track, you had to put on smaller tracks so the 2 trains could pass each other on parallel tracks. So the crews did not like this vehicle. It was sort of meat on the table for rocket-firing Typhoon and P-51 aircraft.
The stalemate of the trenches during the Great War had a lasting effect on all the participants in that appalling conflict. Germany had suffered more than any other nation from the grim years of the Great War, but it was the British who had found the potential means to unlock the stalemate. The introduction of the tank in 1916 could well have revolutionized the course of the Great War and broken the deadlock. But the potential of this new innovation was stifled by a lack of strategic vision in the British High Command, and the possibility of an early return to open warfare was thrown away by poor British tactics. By 1917, the first British tanks had fallen into German hands, and these captured British machines were soon copied and adapted to produce the first German machines. This is an A7V Sturmpanzerwagen, the first German tank to go into battle. It was knocked out by the British in 1918. These early tanks were produced too late to make an impact in the First World War, but the lessons were not forgotten by the German military men. In 1939, the scars which came from long years of attritional warfare during the Great War were still fresh for the defeated Wehrmacht. In consequence, Germany's new breed of commanders were determined not to repeat the mistakes of 1918. They saw the tank as a key element in that vision, and they embraced the new tactical doctrine of blitzkrieg, or lightning war. Blitzkrieg tactics relied upon the possibility of fast, mobile operations, spearheaded by large concentrations of fast, well-armored battle tanks. Under blitzkrieg tactics, all of the tanks of the army were concentrated into the fast-moving panzer divisions, which would thrust deep into the rear positions of an enemy force, spreading panic and confusion as they advanced from the narrow point of penetration. The shock of the advance required a high level of artillery support at the point of attack, and also harnessed the extra power of air interdiction. But in the 1930s, the bulk of Germany's heavy artillery forces was still horse-drawn. What this meant was that the advancing tanks and motorized infantry would rapidly outstrip the artillery support. Even mechanized prime movers like these half-tracks had their disadvantages. Time taken to move into position and deploy the guns for action under battlefield conditions meant vital time was lost. In battle, split seconds literally meant the difference between life and death.
The blitzkrieg depended on several elements working in conjunction with each other. One was air support given by the Luftwaffe in the form of things like dive bombers, the Ju-87. And the other thing was artillery support. But one of the things about artillery in the German army during the blitzkrieg era was that that was mainly direct fire artillery, that they were going after point targets because the Air Force was taking out also point targets. So they didn't have the communications equipment down on the lower levels to bring in massive amounts of artillery. In fact, the Germans never do develop that during World War II. Nor do any other armies except for the American Army.
If artillery was to play a real role in the new mobile warfare, it needed to be able to operate as close to the battle zone as possible. But the closer artillery pieces got to the action, the more vulnerable the gunners were to enemy fire. What was needed was an assault gun, a mobile artillery piece which could keep pace with the mechanized infantry, afford the gunners a measure of protection, and provide support on the battlefield at short notice, where it really mattered, in the very front line. A fully armored and fully tracked mobile gun platform therefore had great appeal from the point of view of both mobility and crew protection. It also provided a means of providing close artillery support fire right in the very front line. Orders were dispatched for prototype vehicles. The successful prototype was produced in 1936 by the Olcott Company. The final vehicle was actually constructed from two separate elements, and it mounted a heavy 75mm gun on a Panzer III tank chassis. The 75mm was a heavier weapon than could normally be carried on a Panzer III, but the extra space for the heavier gun was achieved by dispensing with the turret and setting the gun on a fixed mount with a limited traverse. The Sturmgeschütz was born.
These are vehicles called Stug. They're the chassis of the Panzerkampfwagen Mark III. And when the Germans realized that the Panzer III was obsolete on the battlefield, they took the turrets off and installed these weapons on the chassis. The one here in the foreground has a 105mm gun and is mobile artillery in effect. And the one in the background has a 75mm gun and is an anti-tank weapon. Both of them were very effective vehicles on the battlefield.
Naturally, the grenadiers fighting in the front lines welcomed this development with open arms. Here was an artillery piece which could fight with the infantry at the crucial point of the battlefield and move at their pace. Throughout the long years of World War II, the Sturmgeschütz crews never came to regard themselves as tank men. They wore different uniforms and still considered themselves to be artillerymen who happened to man mobile assault guns. But they were still gunners at heart.
Who commands them? The tank crews, the tank chaps said, there are guns. And the artillery said, no, there are guns. And I think, and I rather know, that each side in each army, each one had their favourites, as it were. But it depended what the tactical task was. The Wehrmacht had to discover the relationship between their self-propelled anti-tank artillery, their armour, and then specialised self-propelled artillery doing various kinds of jobs.
From the gunners' point of view, they quickly grew to love the Sturmgeschütz. After all, they were now protected against direct infantry fire and felt themselves impervious to anything but direct artillery fire. The powerful 75mm gun meant they packed a real punch in the attack. The Sturmgeschütz had a crew of 4: the commander, driver, loader, and gunner. It soon became the proud boast of the Sturmgeschütz crews that their men were all volunteers, always ready to answer the infantryman's call to bring up the guns. The new assault gunners took to the role with great enthusiasm. Although the cramped interior of each Geschütz officially had room for only 44 rounds, the crews soon found that they could carry 90 rounds of ammunition by stacking extra rounds in layers on the floor of the vehicle. This meant the guns could stay in action for longer and continue to give their support to the infantry for longer periods. In the coming years, that would be a great advantage.
One of the things about the German army in World War II is that they're elastic in their tactics and they're elastic in their doctrine as to how they do things. For instance, in the Stug, I forget how many rounds the thing carries right now, but they would stick as many rounds as they could get into the thing, and they would be awash in rounds inside that vehicle. And the vehicle is not very roomy to start with, but they found very, very innovative ways to stick rounds into the vehicle.
Despite the early signs of promise, these first machines were produced in small numbers, and only 30 Geschützes were available for the French campaign of 1940. But they acquitted themselves well in their first actions. Orders were immediately given for the production of a further 500 machines. These machines equipped the first Sturmgeschütz batteries which served in the Blitzkrieg campaigns through the Balkans and into Russia.
It's not going to fight like a tank in the normal sense. It's not going to get into direct assault action. It's going to support the tank by bringing in wider natures of firepower, more high explosive and that kind of thing. The great advantage of a self-propelled gun is that you can get a larger gun onto a given chassis than you could if it was in a turret. And you do that, as in the case of the machine behind me, by putting a 75mm gun into a fixed superstructure on the tank, where in a gun tank you'd probably get no more than a 50mm gun onto the same chassis.
Initially, Sturmgeschützes were organized into independent battalions. Each battalion was composed of 3 troops, which originally had 6 guns each. The commander of the battalion also had his own vehicle. In later years, the number of vehicles in each troop was raised to 10, and the battalions were renamed as brigades, which in theory fielded 31 Sturmgeschütz. In practice, these ideals were hardly ever achieved, and then only highly favored formations received the full complement. In battle, these independent brigades were then allocated to support infantry formations for a specific action, and came under the command of the infantry they were ordered to support. As the war grew, the Sturmgeschütz commanders naturally gained a wealth of battle experience, gained from almost constant exposure to action. So in practice, it was frequently the infantry commanders who took the lead from the more experienced assault gun leaders. The official regulations stressed that the Sturmgeschütz should be employed en masse, but the constant demands of a terrible war meant that they were more often employed as single battalions, or even single machines. One shortcoming of the early Sturmgeschütz was the lack of a machine gun for close support against enemy infantry. A number of Sturmgeschütz had been lost to Russian infantry, which could have been avoided if the crew had had the means to fire back at close range.
One of the things that both tanks and assault guns need is a machine gun. And in fact, one of the big mistakes the Germans make in World War II, they don't put a machine gun on it. Now, if you think about that for a little bit, Russian infantry learns real quick that they can climb on top of this vehicle, pour gasoline into the top and torch the crew, detrimental to health and morale. But a machine gun is vital for the close defense of your vehicle and to protect other vehicles.
The lack of close defense capability was rectified in 1941 with the introduction of the machine gun mounted on the Model E, of which a further 272 were produced. The Sturmgeschütz made a valuable contribution to the success of Operation Barbarossa, but despite the initial successes, by late 1941, it was apparent that the German armored force as a whole was seriously undergunned. The armored forces of the Wehrmacht were in danger of being swamped by the new Russian T-34 tanks. The waves of Russian tanks armed with the high-velocity 76mm gun were far more deadly at longer ranges than the 50mm gun, which equipped most of the Panzer IIIs, which was then Germany's main battle tank. The short 75mm gun of the Sturmgeschütz was really designed to fire low-velocity, high-explosive shells in support of infantry formations. And although it used the relatively small chassis of the Panzer III, the fact that it had no turret allowed the Stug to be upgunned to incorporate the deadly, long-barreled 75mm gun, which could not be fitted to a Panzer III. With this gun, the Sturmgeschütz was more than a match for the T-34. The addition of such a powerful L-43 anti-tank gun made the Sturmgeschütz much more than an infantry support weapon. It was now apparent that with its low silhouette, the Stug was a much harder target to hit than the Russian T-34. The sloped armor also helped to deflect shots away from the vehicle, and the scales gradually began to tip back in Germany's favor during the fierce tank battles of 1942. This much-needed upgrade was first incorporated into the Sturmgeschütz Model F in 1942. The long-barreled L-43 gun gave the armor-piercing shells fired by the Geschütz a much higher muzzle velocity, and therefore a far greater tank-killing capability than the 50mm gun of the Panzer III. It was now obvious that the Panzer III had evolved as far as it could, and the model was phased out. From 1943, the Panzer III chassis were used exclusively for the manufacture of Sturmgeschütz, production of which continued right up to the last days of the war. The pressure of battle on the Eastern Front meant that almost by accident, the German forces had evolved a very successful example of a new breed of fighting vehicles, which were to emerge in World War II, the Panzerjäger, or tank hunters. It was in this role that most Sturmgeschütz were to be employed for the rest of the war. It was a role for which they were eminently suitable. 20,000 enemy tank kills were claimed by assault gun crews, up to the early months of 1944. The only major disadvantage of the Geschütz was the lack of a turret. This meant that instead of simply swinging the motorized turret round to face an enemy threat to the side or rear, the whole vehicle had to be moved round on its tracks. The Sturmgeschütz manual stressed time and time again the need for the gun to be stationary when firing. In this way, the highest level of accuracy was achieved. When the commanders heeded this request, the results were devastating. In a mobile battle where every second counts, the lack of a turret was a very real disadvantage. But Sturmgeschütz crews learned to adopt defensive tactics designed to lure Russian tanks into carefully constructed killing grounds.
With an assault gun, such as, say, the Jagdpanther or a Sturmgeschütz, one of the problems with it is that it has no turret, and the gun is fixed into the hull. Now, they have a certain amount of deflection that you can get with that gun, but not a lot. Now, if you're fighting a defensive fight, that's not altogether a bad thing, because you can lower the profile of the vehicle by not having a turret, and you can get into these defensive positions, and you can then, in effect, aim the vehicle down armored avenues of approach into your position. So while you're fighting a defensive fight, that's not altogether a bad thing. However, if you go over to the offensive, where you do not know where the enemy is going to pop up, the lack of a turret is a very, very serious drawback.
The new tactics certainly worked, and in early 1943 there was another increase in gun power, with the introduction of the long 48 gun, which gave extra velocity and hence extra killing power. It was this new gun which equipped the definitive Sturmgeschütz, the Model G, of which 7,720 were eventually manufactured. The sheer numbers produced is a reflection of just how effective and popular the Sturmgeschütz was in battle. By comparison to the 11,500 Sturmgeschütz manufactured, only 4,500 Panzer IIIs, 6,800 Panzer IVs, and 6,000 Panthers were manufactured in the same period. While the turreted tanks took on the role of the battlefield rovers, designed to forge ahead of the infantry in wide-ranging strategic advances, it was the Sturmgeschütz who accompanied the grenadiers during the dogged fighting on the ground. As the war dragged on, they became the infantry's rock in defense and his armored fist in attack. By 1943, the Sturmgeschütz was an indispensable part of both the Panzer Division and the ordinary infantry division. The infantry soon came to know that as long as the Geschütz were in the line, things were in control. Extraordinary results were achieved by skilled crews in Russia, who sometimes accounted for dozens of Russian machines in a single action. In those actions, a major issue for the Sturmgeschütz commanders was the limited fuel and ammunition capacity of their cramped vehicles. This produced a constant need to leave the battlefield to refuel the vehicles and reload with ammunition. As the war progressed, the soldiers in the front line increasingly took strength from the presence of the Geschütz, so the tactical manual for their employment went to great lengths to stress the importance of the Sturmgeschütz commander in keeping his infantry commanders informed that his guns were leaving the line only to rearm and refuel. It was a standard rule of Sturmgeschütz tactical doctrine that if possible, not all machines would be withdrawn from the line at the same time, but that they should leave the field in relays. Otherwise, there was a real danger that the morale of the infantry might collapse if they saw their beloved Geschütz withdrawing from the field. Despite its undoubted success as a tank killer, there was still an infantry support role for the Sturmgeschütz. The low-trajectory 7.5-meter gun was an excellent anti-tank gun, but to reach infantry hiding behind obstacles or other terrain features, a high-trajectory howitzer was still required. A further 1,100 Sturmgeschütz were therefore manufactured with the 10.5 howitzer, which packed a deadly, high-explosive punch, which could be used in support of the infantry, either in attack or, more usually, desperate defense. The theory was that for every 2 troops of 75mm armored Geschütz to deal with enemy tanks, there would be 1 troop of howitzer-armed Geschütz to deal with the infantry. Problems with supplies of vehicles meant that this situation was very rarely achieved in practice. The tactics set down for cooperation between the 2 types of assault guns was that the guns armed with 7.5 guns would target any enemy armor, while the howitzer armored vehicles would concentrate on the infantry who accompanied the tanks. In this way, countless Russian attacks came to grief on the bulwark provided by the Sturmgeschütz battalions. By 1943, the obvious success of the Sturmgeschütz in the field led the Allies to target the Alket factory, responsible for the production of Stug 3s, for priority bombing. The resultant saturation bombing severely damaged the production factories. During the period of rebuilding, production was switched from Alket to Krupp's tank works, but Krupp's made Panzer IVs, not Panzer IIIs. During 1943, the 1,500 Sturmgeschütz which were manufactured by Krupp's used the Panzer IV tank chassis, combined with the highly successful L-48 gun. These machines were known as Sturmgeschütz IVs, but were no less successful than the old Stug 3. The welded steel skirt were added to all Stug 3s and 4s from 1943 onwards as a protection against the new hollow charge infantry weapons which had wreaked so much damage since their introduction in late 1943.
Well, each tank had its own characteristics and for particular operational tasks. And you can see in the German evolution of German Sturmgeschütze, the German assault guns, some had very long wartime lives, which was astonishing. They proved to be sturdy, they proved to be reliable, and they proved to do their job quite well. And they were to the satisfaction both of their crews, and they fitted well into the tactical scene.
By the end of the war, no less than 30,000 enemy tanks had been destroyed by the Geschütz crews, a ratio of approximately 3 enemy vehicles to every Stug deployed. It was a mark of the achievement of the guns and the crews that Russian orders forbade their tank commanders from entering into artillery duels with the Geschütz, ordering them instead to maneuver to find the weaker side and rear armor. One famous variant of the Stug 4 was a real heavyweight, the forerunner of the Sturm Tiger. This was the mighty Brummbär, the grizzly bear, or grumbler, which carried a powerful 15-centimeter howitzer. The Brummbär had sloping frontal armor 100 millimeters thick, and it was designed to rumble up to infantry fortifications before firing its massive shell at point-blank range. The Brummbär was originally developed to cope with the close-quarter street fighting at Stalingrad, but delays in production meant that they did not see active service until the Battle of Kursk in 1943. After Kursk, Germany was largely fighting a defensive war, but on the few occasions when the Brummbär saw action, they acquitted themselves well, and over 300 were produced by the end of the war.
The Brummbär that you see behind me is nothing more than the chassis of the Panzerkampfwagen Mark IV with a big gun on it, mounted in the citadel, as you can see. And the reason this vehicle came about was the Germans learned very quickly in the Battle of Stalingrad that they had problems of taking out defensive positions in towns, and also defensive positions one and all. So this came about as to take out those type of positions. So you have a 150 millimeter gun, very short little barreled gun, but it was very good for firing like plastic charges up against fortifications and knocking them out.
The eventual production of Sturmgeschütz totaled some 11,500. more than any other mark of German fighting vehicle. There were sound reasons for this, as not only was Sturmgeschütz successful on the battlefield, they were also far less expensive, quicker and easier to manufacture than fully turreted tanks built on the same chassis. This was a vital consideration for Germany's hard-pressed manufacturing industry. German armies on all fronts were desperate for armored fighting vehicles to stem the flood of Russian and Allied armor. So production resources were increasingly switched to the production of Sturmgeschütz, which were well suited to fighting a defensive war. In 1943, the role of Sturmgeschütz as protectors of the infantry was reversed when each increasingly precious gun was given its own dedicated squad of grenadiers to protect these valuable machines against the increasingly sophisticated weapons carried by Allied tank hunting teams. Although it was not purpose-designed as a tank killer, the Stug had provided a solid solution to the tank destroyer role, almost by accident. German attempts to produce a dedicated tank killer by design were far more troubled. The Sturmgeschütz experience had shown that by dispensing with a tank turret, it was possible to mount a much heavier gun on the existing tank chassis. Despite the inevitability of the final defeat, the men of the Sturmgeschütz and Panzerjäger formations fought like lions to the bitter end. Losses grew to frightening proportions, and many panzer divisions fought until literally the last machine rumbled into its final battle. Even by the last day of fighting, the ranks of the Sturmgeschütz crews were still filled mainly with volunteers, who did their duty in the face of almost certain death. In later years, it was to become the proud boast that when the cry went up from the hard-pressed grenadiers, they were always there to answer their call to bring up the guns. They say necessity is the mother of invention. Time and time again, the forces unleashed by modern warfare have been shown to be the catalyst for massive change. These changes are often achieved in very short timescales. Under peacetime conditions, normally a new fighting vehicle would be designed, built and tested over a period of something like 5 years. Between 1941 and 1945, some very successful designs were produced in as many months. They had to be. The war in the East was a demanding and remorseless taskmaster, which consumed every new offering as soon as it was ready for action. The price of failure was unthinkable. From 1943 onwards, German engineers were driven by the desperate demands of a voracious front line, which threatened to consume their very homeland if they did not supply exactly the right technology in the shortest possible timescales. Despite the vile excesses of the regime under which they toiled, German factories produced an outstanding variety of armored fighting vehicles in an incredibly short period of time. It has often been said that the German armaments industry placed the best possible weapons in the worst possible hands. That is certainly true of the armored fighting vehicles. Obviously, there were many failures. But against the odds, there were also a large number of successful vehicles which shaped the face of armored warfare for years to come.
During the Second World War, what happens with the German army is that they have a lot of vehicles that rapidly become obsolete, like the Panzer II, the Panzer III. And what they do is they take the chassis of those vehicles and they marry it up with a gun and turn them into assault weapons. And they also take a lot of captured weapons that they have and turn them into mobile artillery, like the Czechoslovakian T-35, that sort of thing. So it's an evolutionary type of thing that the German army does. Storm artillery is nothing more than tracked artillery that was designed to keep up with the panzers, to give them ready and quick fire support.
One successful new breed, born out of desperation by the demands of the Russian front, were the self-propelled artillery vehicles, which were rushed into production from the war-ravaged German factories to shore up the desperate defensive battles of that terrible conflict. A mobile artillery force, which could be rushed from place to place on the crumbling front, they were to supply the needs of a military situation which was declining on an almost daily basis. Only 2 short years earlier, no one in their right minds would have believed such a situation could prevail so soon. In the glory days of 1941, Adolf Hitler had appeared invincible. Hitler was a gambler. For 9 years, he was also a highly successful gambler. He made the right calls in the cutthroat political world of the Weimar Republic and Nazi Germany. He gambled on the annexation of Austria and of Czechoslovakia, and he called the bluff of Britain and France over the Treaty of Versailles. And his inspired combination of guesswork and aggression precipitated the spectacular fall of France in 1940. But like all gamblers, eventually the lucky streak runs out. Hitler's luck ran out when he began to believe in his own invincibility and to ignore the lessons of history. In the 18th century, the invincible Swedish army of Charles the Bold had been destroyed in Russia. In the 19th century, Napoleon had seen his grand army wither and die at the infamous campaign of 1812. And even the all-conquering British army of the Victorian era had received one of its few reverses with an unsuccessful, dismal campaign in the Crimea, marked by disease, hardship, and despair. But spurred on by the great successes in the West during May 1940, Hitler drove his forces on into Russia. They were to come unstuck on almost exactly the same battlefields as Napoleon had before Moscow, and in 1944, the Crimea was to spell disaster for German troops, with losses on a scale which the British Army could not have believed possible. In late 1941, Operation Typhoon ground to a halt on the very outskirts of the great city of Moscow, near the site of Napoleon's battlefield of Borodino. And in 1944, a whole German army was lost in the same Crimea which the British had failed to take during its own campaign. The lessons of military history were there for all to see, but Hitler chose to ignore them. One of the reasons for his arrogance was his irrational belief in the power of particular new weapons to achieve decisive results where others had failed. This was a trait which was to take on a fantastical quality later in the war, where there was a tiny element of rationality in his thinking. He had certainly been proved right when the new panzer divisions had sliced through the Ardennes to capture France, and who could blame him for believing the same thing was possible in Russia? especially with weapons like the mighty Karl supermortar at his disposal. In 1855, the British and French forces fighting in the Crimea had laid siege to Sevastopol. 90 years later, the German forces fighting in the Crimea were to do exactly the same thing. The siege mortars fired in the 1854 campaign by the British troops were later echoed in the mighty Karl series, monsters deployed by Hitler's forces in 1942. At the time of Hitler's siege of Sevastopol, 6 of these enormous self-propelled guns could be called up. This time, there would be no protracted siege or stalemate. The massive artillery support from the Karls helped shatter the Russian defenses, and Sevastopol fell into German hands in 1942. These monster machines rolled around on fully tracked chassis, with 11 road wheels on each side, and their massive 54-centimeter guns fired a shell which weighed an astonishing 1,577 kilograms. Only 6 were ever built, but these 6 were enough to secure Sevastopol for Hitler, where the British had failed. Each of these massive guns were given a name. The first 4 were called after the Norse gods of mythology: Thor, Odin, Loki, Zui, and the last 2, rather bizarrely, after the biblical figures, Adam and Eve.
The Karl was a gigantic 60-centimetre mortar mounted on tracks, self-propelled mounting. It weighed 124 tons and really was completely out of court as far as a fighting vehicle is concerned, and you'd have to consider it more or less a piece of fixed artillery that could just about move, rather than self-propelled artillery in the conventional sense. What had happened was that in the First World War, the Austrians had demolished some enormous Belgian fortresses by using horse-drawn and tractor-drawn artillery and mortars of a very heavy caliber. And the Germans were clearly trying to emulate this, and they started it about 1937 by developing this massive mortar, building a tracked carriage for it, and then using it, I think, only in Russia against some of the fortresses at Sevastopol and this sort of thing. And there are cases during the assault on Sevastopol where it blew open some enormous concrete defences. But really, a thing like that is a very specialist weapon. It had to be taken to bits in order to be moved anywhere on special carriers, and was probably more trouble than it was actually worth.
In many respects, the summer campaign of 1942 was the high watermark for the Wehrmacht. After the siege of Sevastopol, there was little work for the Karls to do, as it was now the turn of the German armies to come under siege. But the Karl class of self-propelled siege gun had proved itself successful in action. Unfortunately, the same could not always be said for Hitler's other innovations. The Karl represented the very large end of weapons development. These men are training with the other extreme, both in size and success. This was Goliath, one of 3 of the so-called demolition tanks made by Germany in the war. It was a miniature remote-controlled tank, which was designed to be guided up to enemy tanks or pillboxes, then detonated. Although this footage shows troops training with these weapons, it is obvious, even from this, that the operators had to expose themselves to hostile enemy positions in order to have any prospect of guiding the suicide weapon onto its target. In consequence, casualties were very high, and this job was very unpopular among the troops operating machines such as the Borgward B4 or the Goliath. Nonetheless, over 7,500 remote-controlled demolition tanks were built and used by the troops in the field. Their success rate is not recorded, but the ratio of failures to successes was high. The Karl and the Goliath represented very much the unconventional end of the military spectrum.
Now, the Goliath here was another rather fancy idea. It's basically a tiny tracked vehicle, packed with high explosive, which is directed onto its target by remote control. The Germans actually built a number of these things, either worked by radio or in this case by wire, reeling out from the vehicle, like a little child's toy with a battery box at the back. And the men would guide it onto its target. Again, you could only really expect to use a thing like this against fixed defences, and it was the very nature of German warfare to keep mobile, so one wonders where they anticipated using it half the time. I've seen film of Goliath in which the thing is virtually incapable of staying the right way up on anything but dead level ground. And of course, the further away it is from the operator, the more difficult it is for him to aim. And once the opposition figure out what it is, they're going to do all in their power to stop it. It only requires a shot, cutting the wire to finish it. We developed similar things in Great Britain. They were all considered to be a completely useless effort. None of them ever worked properly. And I would say the same must be said for poor old Goliath. There is a famous photograph, I think taken in Italy, of a US Army soldier standing on a mountain of the darn things. And I can imagine the German army saying, to hell with it, these things are simply not worth bothering with. All the trouble of carrying to the site, setting them up, probably too wasted the minute the thing breaks down halfway to target.
Today, the rusting hulks of the armoured fighting vehicles of the Wehrmacht lie still and silent under a summer sun. This is the U.S. Army Ordnance Museum Foundation in Maryland, USA. Final resting place for many of the survivors of the titanic struggle on the Russian front. The white winter camouflage contrasts incongruously with the green summer grass and blue skies. These machines, which once brought terror to the continent of Europe, now lie rusting silently away. Among the well-known tanks such as the Panther and the Tiger are a few less familiar names: the Hummel, the Vesp, and the Grasshopper. But in their day, when these drab white color schemes served a real purpose on the snow-covered steppes of Russia, their contribution was every bit as vital as the famous tanks in the Spearhead. The use of tracked vehicles to support the objectives of the Wehrmacht had grown exponentially since the start of World War II in 1939. Even in 1941, only 19 of the 140 German divisions deployed for the invasion of Russia were panzer divisions. The army of 1942 was much more mobile. Panzer grenadiers moving swiftly around the battlefield in armored half-tracks were much more numerous. But even mobile infantry still required artillery support to achieve many of their objectives. That artillery support needed to be as mobile as they were. The Sturmgeschütz assault gun had originally been designed to provide this support. But by 1942, battlefield necessities meant that they were often hijacked into the role of tank destroyers. This deprived the troops of close artillery support, which the Geschütz were originally designed to provide. It left a gap which could not be filled by the medium or heavy artillery. These heavier guns often lagged behind the motorized troops across the huge distances which had to be covered in Russia. In Europe, during the campaigns of 1939, 40 and 41, where roads were good, it was found that conventional artillery could be moved and deployed reasonably easily. But in Russia, the dirt roads turned to rivers of mud with the arrival of spring and autumn rains, and they were frequently covered in deep snow during the winter months. The best possible solution for the provision of heavy artillery support for the mobile battles now being fought in Russia was the deployment of large-caliber, self-propelled guns on fully tracked carriages. These vehicles could stick reasonably close to the fast-moving panzer divisions and provide them with the same heavy artillery support, which would normally require horse-drawn or motorized transport. They were collectively known as Sturmartillerie, or self-propelled guns. These troops seen here during the German advance into the Caucasus in 1942 are towing their gun into action. But to get into action, the gun has to be first unlimbered. At this point, the crew will be exposed to enemy fire. The heavy 15-centimeter infantry gun could be mounted on a tracked chassis to produce a vehicle which was always ready for action, and which gave the crew a measure of protection against artillery fire, and which could keep pace with the spearheads over the worst possible terrain. The self-propelled artillery units had been born. The first self-propelled guns proved effective, but as the war wore on and Germany's situation grew increasingly desperate, her hard-pressed armies found themselves facing superior firepower from increasingly heavy enemy artillery. To combat this, the Wehrmacht needed a variety of mobile gun platforms capable of moving heavy artillery to hard-pressed sections over the vast battlefields of Russia. Ultimately, thousands of self-propelled guns in a bewildering variety of variations would see action. Although it was the insistent demands of the Russian front which provide the real catalyst for the development of self-propelled guns, there were a number of earlier precedents. Limited numbers of self-propelled guns, called Schwerinfanteriegeschütz, or SIG for short, had been successfully deployed in the 1940 campaign in France. Initially, these vehicles used the ridiculously light Panzer I chassis to carry the heavy 15-centimeter infantry gun. The troops advancing here are using the gun to blast infantry from buildings and strongpoints. And despite the obvious limitations of these first self-propelled guns, it was actions like these that convinced the High Command that there was a role for fully mobile heavy artillery, carried on a tracked chassis. The Panzer I was Germany's first and smallest tank. Secretly developed as an agricultural tractor during the years when Germany was prevented from developing tanks by the Treaty of Versailles, it was very much a starting point. It was a two-man machine, smaller than many modern saloon cars. It soon proved to be hopelessly inadequate under combat conditions. The armor was too thin, and the two machine gun armament was ineffective. But the chassis itself was a good one, and German engineers immediately set to work to produce specialist variants for other battlefield tasks. The Germans, as a race, have long been famous for the quality of their engineering work. They are also justifiably renowned for their meticulousness. A demonstration of this can be seen in the thorough manner in which every tank chassis manufactured during World War II was methodically exploited, with uniform thoroughness and regularity, to produce a wide array of specialist vehicles to cater for every need on the battlefield. Each of the tank chassis produced by German manufacturers or by her Czechoslovakian satellite suppliers was systematically altered to produce not just the main battle tanks themselves, but in almost every case there was also a tank destroyer variant and a self-propelled artillery variant. In most cases, there were also command tanks, armored ammunition tanks, armored recovery vehicles, and even flame-throwing tanks. In the case of self-propelled artillery, this systematic approach to the design possibilities of each model was first seen in the Panzer I. As we have seen, it was the successful adaptation of the Panzer I chassis which allowed the SIG-33 to carry a heavy 15-centimeter gun to give a heavy self-propelled artillery piece which could be moved right up to the front line. However, there was one major drawback in the arrangement of such a big gun on such a small chassis. It was so top-heavy that the gun was very liable to topple over. This undignified trait led to the search for a better alternative. Naturally, the first step was to examine the larger chassis of the other German light tank in service, the Panzer II. Like the Panzer I, the Panzer II battle tank was found to be woefully inadequate under combat conditions, and like the Panzer I, the outdated Panzer II chassis was successfully developed as a self-propelled gun carriage in an attempt to extend the life of the design. In this respect, the Panzer II worked only a little better than the Panzer I. Although it gave a slightly lower profile, and hence better stability and a greater measure of protection to the crew, it was only manufactured in tiny quantities. Only 12 were made, and all appear to have been dispatched to Africa to equip the Africa Corps. In practice, neither the Panzer I or the Panzer II chassis could really deal with the requirement of the heavy 15-centimeter gun, which they were being adapted to carry. The lateral solution to the problem was found by reducing the weight of the gun from 15 centimeters to 10.5 centimeters. This produced the Wesp, or Wasp, which combined the lighter 10.5 centimeter gun on a Panzer II chassis. The Wesp was an excellent design, which was light enough to keep up with the troops, but heavy enough to produce an effective barrage. 682 of these machines were produced from 1942 and 1944. They were welcomed with open arms by the hard-pressed troops. One thing which did not find favor was the name. It did not suggest power and presence, and was dropped on the personal orders of Hitler in 1944. However, they continued to be known as Wasps to the troops, who did value their considerable sting in battle.
It was the most important of the German self-propelled armoured artillery types. It was a very neat-looking piece of equipment. And the strange thing is that although they utilised the chassis, by the time the German army used the chassis, it was obsolete. The unfortunate thing about this, there was not sufficient accommodation space in this vehicle. And this is, I think, as most soldiers will tell you, this is very important. You have to have places where you can put things. And this is one of the great drawbacks of this particular vehicle. It operated with the light batteries, the smaller batteries of armoured artillery battalions, of armoured artillery regiment. So these are quite versatile vehicles and really quite important ones. But that's a good example, as I say, of an obsolete piece of equipment being brought back into service and, yes, more or less performing the role. But with all obsolete vehicles, as I've said, you've got crew complaint about lack of accommodation. So although you may get it rapidly into service, you have the disadvantage of its shortcomings. It has to be improved or adapted.
With the introduction of the Wesp, the possibilities for the Panzer II chassis appeared to have been exhausted. The ceaseless demands of the Russian front called for heavier and heavier guns. So German engineers moved on to examine the possibilities inherent in the Panzer III, which was Germany's main battle tank in the early years of the war. This proved to be a much more fertile hunting ground. The main variant produced using the Panzer III chassis was the famous Sturmgeschütz, the assault gun variant, which went on to become one of the most successful designs of the war. By dispensing with the turret to mount a long 75-centimeter gun, the resultant vehicle was efficient both in the role of assault gun and tank destroyer. But the Sturmgeschütz was a compromise machine. It was not really designed as a specialist tank hunter, although it could do the job. Nor was it capable of supplying a heavy artillery barrage. Both of these demands took the Sturmgeschütz away from its role supplying close artillery support to the troops in the front line. To supplement the assault guns, it was now obvious that the Wehrmacht needed both a dedicated purpose-designed tank killer and a separate vehicle, purpose-designed for heavy artillery support and mounted on a mobile tracked chassis. The solution was to adapt the Panzer IV chassis to produce two specialist machines. In the tank hunter role came the Nashorn or Rhinoceros, produced from 1943 onwards. Its 8.8 centimeter gun was what was needed to deal with Russian tanks at longer ranges.
There was a German assault piece called Nashorn, the Rhino. I mean, this was an extraordinary beast, literally well named, I must admit. It had a short life. It had a very limited function. I don't know, but looking at it, it must have been very difficult to handle. And above all, what you don't want to be on the battlefield is a target for other enemy projectiles. You have to think about that as well. The German side developed very good, standard, stable designs, and the German tank program continued to be extremely cost-effective.
With a deadly punch, the Nashorn was clearly a major step in the right direction, although its high profile and lack of crew protection did give severe grounds for reservation. But its main gun was sufficiently powerful, and some 500 of these excellent tank destroyers were manufactured.
The vehicle behind me is the Nashorn, the Rhinoceros, and it's also the chassis of the Panzer IV, but it has an 88 millimeter gun. And this is the anti-tank hunting version of the vehicle. The vehicle was also used as the chassis for a gun, a regular field artillery piece, which was also used by the German Army.
These experiments yielded the Hummel, or Bumblebee. The Hummel used the Panzer IV chassis to carry a heavy 15-centimeter gun for mobile artillery bombardment. This vehicle overcame all the drawbacks of the previous self-propelled guns. It carried a much heavier punch, could be very rapidly deployed, and of course, it could be easily moved to avoid counter-barrages by enemy guns. 666 machines eventually entered service. There was a huge demand for the frontline units, and there were never enough to go round.
Yeah, once again, I mean, this is an example of the Germans using their chassis. You know, they used the chassis of, the Panzers 3 and 4, which is a very good idea. You've got a basically good chassis. Why not get on with it? And that what happened with the Hummel, which is the Bumblebee, it proved to be, and I think most German soldiers will tell you this, was an extremely, both a very powerful weapon and actually a very successful weapon. And it was actually brought into full service in 1943 and was used largely by tank battalions. But it's again this business, I think, of having a very particular capability on the battlefield. And really, the Hummel seems to have fitted very, very well into German panzer divisions. And I think altogether the German army took delivery of over more than 600 of them, which is really quite good, and it really had a very good record indeed. It was a very useful piece of field artillery to be used in close proximity with the tank divisions as such. A very successful piece of equipment.
The Hummel and the Vesp were to prove highly successful under battlefield conditions. Both could give mobile artillery support to the hard-pressed panzer divisions, then quickly move location before they could be targeted by the superior numbers of Allied artillery. In total, some 1,300 of these two types of self-propelled guns were made from 1942 to 1945, during which time they provided essential artillery support to the great advances of 1942 and covering fire for the desperate Wehrmacht divisions during their headlong retreat into Germany during 1944. The only major drawback of these self-propelled guns was the lack of storage space for stocks of ammunition. In the case of the Hummel, there was only enough room for 18 rounds. A constant round of resupplying was therefore required during any significant bombardments. However, by 1944, ammunition supplies were strictly limited in the German forces, and unlike the glory days of 1941, even these limited stocks had to be shepherded very carefully indeed. In line with the German factories, the tank-producing Skoda works in Czechoslovakia also produced self-propelled artillery, using the chassis from the Czech-manufactured tanks. The Czech-made Panzer 38T equipped many German units during the early years of the war, and when the tanks were withdrawn from frontline service, it made sense to convert the highly serviceable chassis into a self-propelled artillery role. The resultant machine, which combined a 10.5 centimeter howitzer with the 38T chassis, was known to the Germans as the Grill, or Cricket. Never as popular as the Vesp or the Hummel, nevertheless, 282 machines were manufactured, and they saw action mainly in Russia. A few were also used in the campaign in the West after the Allied landings. By this stage of the war, time was beginning to run against the Germans, and in the limited time available, the late war Panzer V and VI chassis did not produce as many conversions as previous vehicles. But the Panzer IV produced one of the most successful designs, in the form of the Panzerjäger IV, a superb tank hunter. Unlike the Panzer I, II, and III, the Panzer IV remained in service throughout the war, so there was never likely to be a surplus of redundant vehicles for conversion. In any case, the successful introduction of the Vesp and Hummel solved the technical problems of mobile heavy artillery support. In consequence, further attempts to use the Panzer IV chassis for self-propelled artillery were limited to a few experiments which produced this machine, nicknamed the Grasshopper.
This is the Grasshopper. It is undoubtedly one of the worst ideas ever. What it is, it's the chassis of the Panzerkampfwagen Mark IV, but you see that it has this turret and a gun. But you notice that it has a superstructure on the back of the vehicle. The idea was this. You dig a hole. The engineers would come and line it with concrete. Then you would use the superstructure on the back to dismount the turret and put the turret in the hole. Now, this makes no sense for a mobile weapon to be fixed into position. It's dumb.
With regard to the Grasshopper, what the Germans did, they took the chassis of the Panzer IV, which was a very good chassis, and which lasted, by the way, throughout the length of the war. And they exploited it this time in a very different manner. What they did, as you know, they had a system whereby the turret was removable. If you look at the side of the turret, you'll see the two bolt holding positions where this vehicle, if you like, self-propelled artillery piece, it really was basically a weapons carrier. It was carrying a weapon. That was the idea. The weapon being the turret itself, which, because of the capability of the tank, which had really its own lifting equipment, you removed the turret, could be removed from the tank. You could do one of two things with that. You could either apply two wheels to the turret which you had removed and move it to whichever position you wanted, or in fact you could then emplace it as a fixed firing point, as a, if you like, an immediately emplaceable strong point.
This is a very rare machine indeed, of which only a very few were produced. Some sources put the figure as low as 2 machines, others say 14 were made. With the warped logic which led to its creation, that's no great surprise. In order to allow for the turret to give the protection the crew needed, the gun size had to be reduced to 10.5 centimeters, when what was actually demanded were heavier caliber guns. By 1944, the Allied air forces in the West enjoyed almost total air superiority. In Russia, the Air Force had recovered from its early defeats and was now almost as effective as the British and Americans. Vehicle losses reached catastrophic proportions as the fighter bombers rolled over the front looking for targets. Now the real priority was for anti-aircraft protection, which could move with the tanks and give some cover against the relentless attacks of the Allied fighter bombers. It was in this role that more Panzer IV conversions were made. These self-propelled anti-aircraft guns were produced in three forms. Firstly, there was the Mobilwagen, which the troops nicknamed the furniture van because of its resemblance to a peacetime removals truck. It was followed by two later machines, the Wirbelwind or whirlwind and Ostwind or east wind. In the case of the Mobilwagen, this was very much a wartime contingency measure rather than a purpose-designed vehicle. As damaged Panzer IVs were brought back for repair from the Eastern Front, they were converted to an anti-aircraft role by the simple expedient of taking off the turret and replacing it with a 20mm flank gun, which was protected, when in transit, by 4 collapsible sides which were lowered when the flank gun was in action. To say this was an unsuccessful design is an understatement. The 20mm gun was soon found to be woefully inadequate for the job of anti-aircraft defense. Of even greater concern was the fact that the sides of the Mobilwagen had to be lowered to allow the gun to fire. This left the crew with no protection whatsoever, and defeated the whole purpose of mounting the gun on a tank chassis in the first place. The frontline troops were quick to point out that, in action, the same result could have been achieved by placing an anti-aircraft gun on the back of a truck. Miraculously, 240 conversions had been made before this glaring design flaw came to light. Effectively, 240 precious tanks had been wasted. A measure of effectiveness was achieved by increasing the size of gun from 20mm to 37mm, but the Mobilwagen was deemed a failure. It was obvious that what was required was an anti-aircraft vehicle that gave the crew the benefits of armor protection while they were in action. The solution was a specialist vehicle known as the Wirbelwind. It used the Panzer IV chassis and used 4 20mm flank guns in a quad arrangement, now mounted on a fully rotating turret, which gave the crew some measure of protection.
The Wirbelwind was nothing more than anti-aircraft artillery. It had 4 20mm cannon on it. And because the Allies had air superiority, the Germans had to have a way to keep mobile anti-aircraft artillery up with their tanks to protect not only their tanks, but things like their trains, the logistics trains that any army has. And this was a very, very effective way to do it because you had 4 very fast-firing cannon that were used in an anti-aircraft mode and could take out low-flying Allied aircraft like the Typhoon, which was a rocket-firing aircraft used against tanks. Very difficult to take out German tanks using our equipment on the ground, the American M4 Sherman being a perfectly awful tank. But a rocket-firing Typhoon could certainly take out a Tiger, no problem. So the whirlwind, the whirlwind was a way to keep the Allied aircraft off your tanks.
Even mounted in groups of 4, the 20mm gun was still ineffectual. So the verbal Wind was discontinued after 100 had been built. The successor to the verbal Wind was known as the Ostwind. But the end was now in sight, and only 43 machines were made to combat an Allied air force which was flying 20,000 aircraft in the skies over Germany. Despite the revolutionary quality of many of the machines produced for Hitler's armies, they could never hope to match the sheer weight of numbers ranged against them. Given the depraved nature of the regime which brought them into existence, every civilized person should give thanks for that. On the morning of 13th of June 1944, during the fierce battles in Normandy, SS Obersturmführer Wittmann and the crew of his heavy Tiger tank were standing ready for action. They were about to take part in one of the most famous tank actions in military history. Wittmann had left his company to reconnoiter the battlefield when he became aware of the presence of an entire British armored battalion halted on the road nearby. Undaunted, Wittmann drove his single Tiger at the column, firing on the move. The Tiger gained the element of surprise and quickly destroyed 12 half-tracks, 3 light tanks, and 6 medium tanks.
One of the most striking examples, of course, not so much of tank warfare, but of the handling of an individual tank. Indeed, what it could do and its capability was demonstrated in 1944 by Hauptmann Wittmann in his Tiger tank. Here you've got an accomplished tank commander, which he clearly was, with perhaps an expert eye for the tactical situation. And I think it's probably a record in maybe in tank warfare history that he was able with one tank to disable what was virtually a British tank column.
Wittmann calmly departed the scene of carnage to report, rearm, and gather reinforcements. 2 hours later, he returned to battle. This time he destroyed a further 12 medium tanks, 4 heavy tanks, and 14 Bren gun carriers. All in a day's work for the most successful tank commander in history.
Michael Wittmann was really probably the most successful junior tank commander of the entire Second World War. Not only did he achieve an unprecedentedly high kill rate, 138 tanks, 132 anti-tank guns, but he was also the recipient of some of Nazi Germany's highest awards, for example, the Knight's Cross with Oak Leaves and Swords, which was effectively the German equivalent of the Victoria Cross. So in sheer statistical terms, he was an extremely successful commander. He was also an extremely competent leader, an inspirational leader, one might say. And this, I think, leads on to something else which is also important, which is Michael Wittmann's propaganda value to the Nazi propaganda machine. It wasn't simply a question of what he did on the battlefield. It was his influence and his inspiration to other German fighting men and to the factory workers who produced the Tiger tanks with which Wittmann achieved most of his victories that was also particularly important. So regardless of what one thinks of his political viewpoint, and of course he was a dedicated National Socialist, in sheer military terms at the tactical level, and in terms of his psychological impact, both upon Germans and indeed upon the Allies, his impact was immense.
Michael Wittmann was born in the tiny village of Vogeltal in the Upper Pfalz on the 22nd of April 1914. He was the first son of a farmer, Johann Wittmann, and his wife Ursula. In 1934, at the age of 21, Wittmann joined the German army, signing up for a 2-year tour. In the first days of the Nazi regime, compulsory military service had not yet been reintroduced, so Wittmann was a volunteer when he reported for military service in Freising with the 19th Infantry Regiment. As a small standing army, comprised exclusively of volunteers, the interwar Reichswehr was a high-quality force which expected very high standards. Wittmann met those exacting standards, and after 1 year in the service, he was promoted to Gefreiter on the 1st of November, 1935. 1936 was the halcyon period for the Nazi Party in Germany. The first flushes of economic successes for Hitler's National Socialists impressed the young Wittmann. In the closed world of the military, the fervent Nazi beliefs of many of his colleagues also made an impression. Many of his colleagues planned to join the newly formed Waffen-SS, and Wittmann decided that he too would join the military wing of the Nazi Party after his own army service. On the 1st of November 1936, Wittmann applied for admission to the SS and was accepted into what was to become one of the most notorious organizations in history.
The Waffen-SS, or armed SS, was essentially the regular armed forces or ideological spearhead of the National Socialist cause, composed, at least in its early stages, of racially pure, ideologically utterly committed and extremely physically fit young men. It eventually grew to a strength by 1945 of almost 1 million personnel and provided something like 40 combat divisions for the German armed forces.
The Waffen SS actually stands for armed SS, so that they are specifically fighting soldiers. And they were unusual in that they were very innovative in their tactics and also things like their dress. They were some of the first troops to use camouflage clothing.
In the case of many exceptional German soldiers, such as Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, revisionists have subsequently tried to play down the enthusiasm they held for Hitler and all he stood for. This is not true of Michael Wittmann. In his case, there was to be no redeeming conversion or late change of allegiance. He was a simple man, and the seductive allure of the Nazi Party drew his unquestioning obedience. Sadly, he was never to swerve from that evil path. Wittmann was given the SS number 311623 and proved to be a model National Socialist. In his free time, he participated in sports, recruiting, and took part in the mass political demonstrations and rallies of the period. In contrast to the frantic world of mass political rallies, Wittmann's first SS military posting was less than glamorous. He was employed as a guard at the large Wehrmacht munitions dump. Wittmann was soon bored with his routine. He wanted to be near the center of this new force in Germany, so he applied to join the SS Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard. Already, this was the best known and most elite unit in the Third Reich.
The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler might reasonably be described as Hitler's Praetorian Guard. Formed in 1933 as a bodyguard for the Führer personally, it later expanded as the military vanguard of National Socialism, if you like, and in 1943 eventually became a fully fledged panzer division of the Waffen-SS with a strength of about 20,000 men. Both as a division and earlier as a regiment, it participated on the most important fronts of the Second World War, acting as an armoured spearhead for German offensive actions and as a fire brigade that was sent to collapsing sectors of the front in order to prop them up. So an absolutely elite formation.
Thanks to his rigorous military background, Wittmann met the very strict selection criteria and was accepted. He began training with his new unit on the 5th of April 1937 at the main cadet school in Berlin-Leicherfeld. Wittmann was assigned to the 17th Company, which was an armored scout car platoon. As part of an elite formation, the men of the armored scout company received an intensive training course, which transformed them into experts. These skills were later to stand him in good stead, but for the time being, the newfound expertise was not needed. Hitler was still achieving his aims by a mixture of bluff and inspired gambles. In October 1938, Wittmann took part in the entry into the Sudetenland. The reception he witnessed as waves of excitement swept through the people made a lasting impression on him. The storm of jubilation eclipsed even the fervent National Socialist rallies which he had attended. He was awarded his first of many medals, commemorating the reunification of Austria and the Sudetenland with the German Reich. From now on, medals and decorations would occupy a special place in Wittmann's affections. The first moves in Hitler's master plan had been achieved without bloodshed. But as tensions rose, Adolf Hitler's crooked path led only downwards into chaos. The conquest of Poland heralded the coming of the Second World War. The Leibstandarte motorized regiment fought hard in Poland from the first day of the campaign, the 1st of September, 1939. On that day, the armored scout platoon was soon in action, and Wittmann had received his baptism of fire. The campaign in Poland was brief, only 30 days in duration, but nonetheless, his experiences had whetted his appetite for combat. In the following year, Wittmann and his armored car again saw action in the rapid campaign, which saw the fall of France. Wittmann, together with several other NCOs and men, was transferred to Jüterbog, where the self-propelled assault battery was being formed. There, he and his colleagues traded in their black Panzer uniforms for grey assault gun tunics. It was to be 2 years before he would see Panzer black again. This was the start of Wittmann's association with armored fighting vehicles, which was to lead him to fame and infamy throughout the civilized world. There was much to learn. The assault guns were armed with the short-barreled 75mm gun, which had little in common with the feeble 20mm cannon carried by the armored cars. But Wittmann soon showed exceptional promise with a new weapon. After training, the fledgling assault gun battery was sent to garrison duty in France. After the short burst of activity which had characterized the lightning campaign through France, the long months of barracks duty hung heavy on Wittmann, who was keen to see action again. He was not to get his wish until the 6th of April 1941, when the Balkans campaign began. The German forces advanced through Yugoslavia to Greece, where, in addition to Greek forces, their opponents included English and Commonwealth troops. Wittmann's assault gun was involved in the fierce fighting for the Klidi Pass, which fell only after heavy resistance. Next, the Liebstandarte had to fight its way through the Kliswa Pass and on to Corinth and Olympia against fierce opposition from the Greek army. The fighting in Greece ended on the 30th of April 1941. After pausing to rest in Thessalia in May, the Liebstandarte was sent through Yugoslavia to Camp Diditz near Wischau, where awaited the next phase of the war, the invasion of Russia. The war in Russia began with Operation Barbarossa on June the 22nd, 1941. But the Liebstandarte wasn't initially committed. Their war in the Soviet Union began a month later, in July 1941. It was like a second baptism of fire for Michael Wittmann, who faced an attack by 18 Russian tanks on the battery's first day of action. He had encountered nothing like this in Poland or Greece, but Wittmann was a natural fighter, and he succeeded in knocking out 6 enemy tanks in succession. The rest fled the field in disarray. This was Wittmann's first striking success, and the incident provided the first signs of his supreme talent as commander of an armored fighting vehicle. On the 12th of July, 1941, in recognition of his great feat on his first day in action in Russia, Wittmann was decorated with the Iron Cross, second class. But there was little time for celebration as the advance continued. The short 75mm gun of the German assault gun in the early war years was an inferior weapon to the long 76mm gun of the Russian T-34 tanks. But despite this disadvantage, Wittmann proved himself a master of armored warfare. Combat in Russia placed terrific demands on the assault gun crews. Frequently, Wittmann and his crew were on their own, separated from the rest of the assault gun battery. In this hostile environment, he proved himself to be an individualist and a successful lone fighter. Nevertheless, he remained popular with his comrades. Wittmann's gunner at that time, Otto Schult, described him as a modest man. Michael was a quiet, gifted, friendly NCO, with firm goals in front of him.
He knew his tank. In a sense, he also knew his opponent, positioned himself beautifully, and every time there was an attempt even to, if you like, outflank him or remove him or in a sense, put the pressure on him, that failed as well.
With 2,000 miles of front to fight over, the German armored forces were spread incredibly thinly. It was lucky for Wittmann that he was such a good lone warrior, as the assault guns were rarely employed en masse, as the standing orders required, so his skills were forged in the hard battles of the summer of 1941. Unit commanders were always happy to have an assault gun assigned to their sector, particularly that commanded by Michael Wittmann. The German advance along the Black Sea began in the first weeks of August 1941. Wittmann fought near Sasseljai and Neujaburg from the 10th to the 17th of August, and on the 19th captured Kherson. In the course of the fighting for the port city of Kherson, a bizarre incident took place as the assault guns commanded by Wittmann and Beck engaged first an enemy gunboat, then a submarine. The gunboat was sunk, but the effects of the fire directed at the submarine are not recorded. Wittmann had destroyed 10 enemy tanks by this point in his career. But his luck was about to change for the worse, as a direct hit on his vehicle, which failed to penetrate the armor, nonetheless left Wittmann wounded in the face and back by shell fragments.
Tank crews in battle faced a large number of different kinds of danger. Most obviously there were the dangers posed by similar beasts to themselves, enemy tanks, assault guns, tank destroyers, and self-propelled guns. In addition, of course, the enemy would often have anti-tank guns, towed anti-tank guns, which by virtue of their smaller size were easier to hide, and indeed Michael Wittmann reckoned that it was more of a coup to destroy enemy anti-tank guns than to destroy enemy tanks. In addition, tank crews faced dangers posed by enemy infantry equipped with short-range anti-tank weapons. They had to deal with problems caused by anti-tank ditches, by trenches, by minefields, and so forth. And in addition, of course, there were the simple ergonomic problems of operating in battle. Tanks tended to be festooned inside with all sorts of equipment, some of it sharp, and over rough ground, tank crews could be thrown around and find that they impacted with this equipment, which wasn't terribly pleasant. But perhaps the paramount fear for most tank crews was that of fire, because in very small confined spaces, this meant that tank crews only had a matter of seconds, usually, to evacuate a damaged vehicle.
In late August, after the capture of Kherson, Wittmann rested near Bobrinets. In recognition of his accomplishments to date, on the 8th of September, Michael Wittmann was awarded the Iron Cross, First Class. By then, he was already counted as the best gun commander in the battery and an indispensable member of the Liebstandard. The German advance continued through the eastern Ukraine. Tagranog was taken on the 17th of October. By this stage, Michael Wittmann, who had been wounded a total of 3 times in 1941, was now promoted to the rank of SS Oberscharführer. The Liebstandard had been bloodied in the constant action of the previous months, and the combat strengths of his units had fallen to dangerously low levels. Despite this, the units continued to drive eastwards, and on the 17th of November 1941, the attack on Rostov on the Don began. The city was only captured after further fierce fighting. On the 21st of November, Michael Wittmann was awarded the Tank Battle Badge in silver. The Liebstandarte moved into the winter positions along the Sambeck River. The assault gun battery was based in Taganrog. From there, the assault gun carried out armored reconnaissance sorties to the east and north. Tank combat was comparatively rare at this period, as the Soviets had few tanks left in action by this stage of the war. Nonetheless, Wittmann's tally continued to rise to 25 enemy tanks and 32 anti-tank guns destroyed. But combat losses were not just on the Russian side. Those on his own side also rose steadily. In February 1942, the depleted assault gun battery was reinforced and brought up to battalion strength through new additions from Germany and the transfer of a battery from the SS Viking division. As a result of this expansion, Wittmann was made an SS officer candidate in early 1942. He left the battalion in June in order to attend the candidate training course at the SS Junkerschule in Bad Tolz. Wittmann learned tactical lessons, which he combined with his practical battlefield experience. The 28-year-old Wittmann now served as platoon commander in the 2nd Company of the SS Panzer Replacement Battalion. During his time away from action, Michael Wittmann was promoted to SS Untersturmführer. On Christmas Day 1942, he received his transfer to Fallingbostel for the formation of the new heavy tank company. Wittmann once again exchanged his grey assault gun uniform for a black Panzer uniform. There were rumors of a new miracle weapon which fired the anticipation of Michael Wittmann and his colleagues. Armies are full of rumors, but for once, these rumors were true. The Germans were indeed to be equipped with the mighty Tiger tanks, but there was also disappointment for Wittmann. Each Tiger company had a few of the old Panzer IIIs for scouting and support. As he had experience in armored cars and had trained using these machines, Wittmann was assigned to a Panzer III, not a Tiger. Wittmann was anxious for a Tiger of his own, but he had a long wait. He never missed the opportunity to state that his wish was still to command a heavy tank. Finally, in March 1943, he achieved his aim and stood for the first time in the turret of a Tiger as its commander. Wittmann could afford no time to reflect on his new status. The strategic situation on the Russian front was desperate, and the Tigers were pitched straight into action. Massive tank duels, the bitter one-to-one combats, and tank battles against anti-tank guns were the daily work of Michael Wittmann. His first great moment of triumph came in the titanic Battle of Kursk.
For sheer scale and intensity of combat, Kursk is almost unparalleled in recent military history. In particular, the engagement around the village of Prokhorovka on the 12th of July 1943, when something like 1,000 tanks of the SS Panzer Corps on one side and of the 5th Guards Tank Army on the Russian side were concentrated in an area of a few square miles. So I think that's what makes the Battle of Kursk particularly unique.
On the day that the Great Battle began, Wittmann destroyed 8 tanks. In the following tank battles, Wittmann emerged as an unmatched tank ace. He overran batteries, picked out even the most cleverly camouflaged anti-tank gun nests, and constantly outfought enemy tanks. He was cautious when he had to be, aggressive when it paid off. His keen hunter instinct, combined with a huge slice of luck, allowed him to emerge unscathed through 5 furious days of the biggest tank battles in history. Over and over again, enemy tanks went up like blazing torches before him. And when Michael Wittmann washed his sweaty, powder-smeared face on the evening of the 5th day of the battle, he knew that he had left behind him 30 wrecked T-34s, 28 Soviet anti-tank guns, and 2 batteries of artillery destroyed. Wittmann continued his success in late autumn. Near Brusilov, he ran into a Soviet tank assembly area, taking the enemy by surprise. and in that single action blasted 10 tanks from the mass of Soviet armor. 3 more fell prey to his Tiger later that afternoon. Wittmann marked every tank destroyed, but he rated the anti-tank guns he destroyed twice as high. He hated these concealed nests, which he called the hiding places of death. He derived special satisfaction when he destroyed an anti-tank gun. By this stage of the war, Wittmann professed that enemy tanks had ceased to be a strain on his nerves, and only the anti-tank guns still made him uncomfortable. He described them as lurking in their lairs, and so much more difficult to spot than tanks. The keen Nazi propaganda department were keen to capitalize on Wittmann's success, and a war writer was sent to join him in his tank. He filed this report. In an attack against a large town, guarded strongly by tanks and anti-tank guns, we cleared the way rather quickly by destroying several tanks and anti-tank guns, and soon reached the town. Our targets were all to the right of our direction of travel, from our 12 to approximately 3 o'clock positions. Suddenly, to our left, behind a haystack, we sighted a Joseph Stalin 1 with its gun trained on us. Wittmann, turn left, target 100 meters, go. And that was it. This action resulted in the destruction of 15 enemy tanks in a single day. Wittmann frequently maneuvered the Tiger based on his experience in assault guns. From a static position, he would swing the whole vehicle round, rather than waste time moving the turret. Moving the Tiger in this way was accomplished by one track turning forward and the other in reverse. This called for extreme caution with the Tiger, however, because of the great danger of shedding one of the huge tracks while turning in place. The tracks turning in opposite directions caused soil to accumulate under the idler wheels and the tracks to snap. Unlike most tank crews, Wittmann's gunner, Bobby Voll, often fired without a target designation from his commander, for as Wittmann frequently put it, there was no time for a conversation. And Bobby Voll often acquired the target in the few split seconds which meant the difference between life and death.
The Tiger tank was instrumental, I think, to Michael Wittmann's success. It was a beast of enormous lethality, but in Michael Wittmann's hands, it really reached its full potential in a manner which very few other German tank commanders ever achieved. Having said that, I think it's also true to say that not only did the Tiger make Michael Wittmann, but Michael Wittmann made the Tiger. The psychological impact of the Tiger tank, which was already considerable and indeed justified, was radically increased by Michael Wittmann's excellence in command of Tiger tanks and by the propaganda that the Germans were able to make using his success. So it's a rather symbiotic or synergistic relationship I think we're looking at.
The Tiger is an awesome weapon. If you combine that with experienced tank crews, you must remember at the time that the Germans had been through the fighting in Poland, some of them even been in Spain, through the Balkans, France. They've got a large core of highly motivated, very effective troops that are able to use any of the new weapons they come out with, and they would save the Tiger for the best of those troops. Wittmann had obviously shown himself very well during the course of the early part of the war, and so the opportunity to fight in the Tiger seems a very good match.
On the 15th of January 1944, armored groups of Liebstandarte and Das Reich divisions were ordered to drive further northwest in the direction of Ljubal. This armored advance was stopped principally by heavy fire from anti-tank guns and mortars. Those 2 days of intense fighting saw Wittmann destroy 6 enemy tanks, 20 anti-tank guns, 60 guns, 32 trucks, and countless other vehicles. On the 16th of January 1944, both Wittmann and Bobby Voll received the Knight's Cross. Voll was the first soldier holding rank as low as gunner to be awarded such a high decoration. There were now 2 wearers of the Knight's Cross in Wittmann's Tiger. As a member of Wittmann's crew, Voll's success surpassed that of every other gunner in the winter battles of 1943 and 1944. By the 13th of January, he had destroyed 80 tanks and 107 anti-tank guns. Bobby Voll played an important part in the success of Michael Wittmann. With his quick reactions and good eye, he was a master behind the mighty 88 gun. Confident of Voll's ability, Wittmann was not intimidated and would often take on superior numbers of enemy tanks. The two made a fine team, and Voll knew Wittmann's ways to the letter. While a crew's driver, radio operator and loader often changed, the commander and gunner stayed together whenever possible. The commander of a Tiger was closely tied to his gunner, and their actions had to be well coordinated. Making up the rest of Wittmann's crew, posing here for propaganda photographs in January 1944, were Werner Ergang, radio operator, Eugene Schmidt, driver, and Sepp Robner, loader. As the gunner, Voll was of decisive importance. The enemy's next shot could mean the end of them all if his aim was poor.
Balthasar Voll, Michael Wittmann's Tiger gunner, used a rather idiosyncratic method. He preset his sights to 800 meters, which was the kind of average length at which, or distance at which a Tiger would engage a target, and he would then correct for targets that were closer or further away, using his great experience and essentially intuition in order to fire the gun either higher or lower than the point which was directed by the sight. So a very quick and efficient way of firing the gun.
The rings on the barrel of Wittmann's Tiger each represent 10 tanks destroyed. The Tigers were feared by the Soviets, and the heavy German tanks often drew heavy anti-tank fire in their attacks. They were used as weapons to smash gaps in enemy positions for the grenadiers to move up in support. In countless attacks, they breached anti-tank fronts and destroyed enemy artillery positions. With their high rate of fire, they could outfight any tank on the battlefield. Although few in number, the Tigers performed outstanding feats in the offensive and defensive roles. Constantly under a hail of fire from anti-tank rifles, anti-tank guns and rocket launchers, the Tigers did not get off unscathed. However, thanks to their strong frontal armor, they were difficult to knock out. Often, shells fired by enemy tanks and anti-tank guns simply bounced off their frontal armor. Nevertheless, the Tiger was not invulnerable, and losses always kept pace with the slow trickle of new machines arriving at the front from the hard-pressed German factories. The incredible achievements of Wittmann on the battlefield did not go unnoticed. He was fast becoming a national hero. On the 2nd of February 1944, he was summoned to Hitler's headquarters. Michael Wittmann received the Knight's Cross with oak leaves from the hand of Adolf Hitler. In the course of his conversation with Wittmann, Hitler noticed that he was missing a front tooth as a result of his wounds. He subsequently sent him to his dentist to have the tooth replaced.
Michael Wittmann's success seems to have been based on a number of very great abilities. He is notorious for being able to work out where ambushes were likely to happen. He is described as having a sixth sense by a number of the members of his unit for where enemy positions might be, especially where they might be at night. He was able to define where and when danger might appear. But Wittmann the man was very serious about fighting and about the war and about the success. He joined the SS because he believed wholeheartedly in Nazi doctrine, which was not uncommon at the time. But he was able to use that belief, that doctrine, and possibly became a somewhat serious young man. One illustration of that was, on frequent occasions, he was brought back from the front having been successful to train other troops. And there's one occasion on an icy winter morning when he was drilling some troops, and he had this habit of very sharply bringing his heels together. And on this particular occasion, in doing so, he completely skittled himself over, as he knocked himself down, and naturally the troops he was training laughed at him for this. He had them doing extra duties for a month after that, so you get the impression of slightly humorless, but obviously very dedicated tank commander.
Wittmann also took advantage of this brief pause from the fighting to marry his sweetheart, Hildegard Burmester. Once again, it was an unmistakably Nazi event. After the wedding ceremony, performed by the civil magistrate, Wittmann accepted a gift copy of Mein Kampf. A speech was then given by SS Sturmbannführer Pein, who declared that the philosophy of life of the Teutons still had meaning in their lives. Wittmann's period of calm was to prove short-lived. On June the 6th, 1944, the Allies landed in Normandy. It was here that he would gain lasting fame.
Conditions for German tank crews in Normandy must have been quite horrific. The superiority of the Allied Air Force at the time meant that any movement out of cover was almost always latched upon straight away. If you look at any of the photographs of tank crews during the Normandy campaign, they're frequently looking up at the sky, keeping a very good watch out, large amounts of armour congregating in order to make an attack, which is the only effective way of using armour, would almost certainly have been attacked very quickly by any Allied aircraft. Must have made the conditions quite horrific.
On the morning of June the 13th, 1944, Wittmann was positioned near Villers-Bocage when he surprised a squadron of the County of London Yeomanry. The unsuspecting British troops had stopped for breakfast when Wittmann's Tiger roared up. In no time, the lightning reflexes of Wittmann and Bobby Voll had claimed 12 half-tracks, 3 light tanks, and 6 medium tanks. Wittmann then dashed back and gathered 3 other Tigers and a Panzer IV. At 8 o'clock, a lookout reported to SS Obersturmführer Wittmann that a large column of enemy tanks was advancing on the Caen-Villers-Bocage road. Wittmann, who was in cover with his Tiger south of the road, saw a British armoured battalion followed by an English armoured troop carrier battalion advancing for Villers-Bocage. The situation called for immediate action. Wittmann was unable to get orders to his other tanks, who had moved off. Instead, he immediately drove at the English column with his single tank, firing on the move. This rapid intervention initially split the column. From 80 meters, Wittmann destroyed 4 Sherman Firefly tanks, positioned his Tiger next to the column, and drove 10 to 30 meters beside it, firing in his direction of travel along the column. He succeeded in knocking out 12 enemy tanks in a very short time. The accompanying battalion in armored troop carriers was almost completely wiped out. The following German tanks and infantry company took about 130 prisoners, but Wittmann drove on in advance of his company into the town of Villers-Bocage.
It's a very interesting scene to look at when you see how he positioned himself and basically knocked these things off one by one by one. In other words, it was by no means a Turkish shoot, but it was extremely good tactical handling. It's an absolute masterpiece of individual tank fighting and what could be done by an extremely skilled commander with obviously an expert crew and a very good tank, by the way.
Just before the Hotel de Bras d'Or, he destroyed another Sherman, and then found himself facing several enemy tanks at the exit from the town, the Jeanne d'Arc Square. He subsequently turned his Tiger around and drove back down the main street. As it passed the Hugh Godefroy clothing store, the Tiger was hit by a shell fired by an anti-tank gun, which wrecked one of the drive sprockets. Nevertheless, he still destroyed all the enemy vehicles in range and scattered the enemy unit. At this point, Wittmann himself takes up the story. I then decided to abandon the tank. We took all the weapons we could carry, but I didn't destroy the tank as I believed that we could regain possession of it. I made my way to the next division, about 15 kilometers away. We had to dodge enemy tanks several times, could have taken them out but had no close-range anti-tank weapons. So with a heavy heart, we had to leave them be. I reached the division and immediately reported to it. The subsequent counterattack destroyed the enemy and took the town. The bulk of the armored regiment and a rifle battalion were destroyed. Sepp Dietrich, his senior commander, later expressed his admiration in his report. Wittmann had made his way north on foot, approximately 15 kilometers to the headquarters of the Panzer-Lehr Division. From there, he turned about with 15 Panzer IVs of the Panzer-Lehr Division and once again headed for Villers-Bocage. Through his determined action, Wittmann and his Tiger tank destroyed the greater part of a powerful British offensive column, and acting solely on his own initiative and displaying the highest personal bravery, he averted a threat to the entire front of the 1st SS Panzer Corps. At that time, there were no reserves available to the Corps. With today's action, Wittmann has destroyed 138 enemy tanks and 132 anti-tank guns with his tank. Signed, Dietrich, SS Obergruppenführer Panzergeneral der Waffen-SS.
Quite clearly the engagement at Villers-Bocage was important. It prevented one of a series of British attempts to outflank the important communications centre and city of Caen from the west. However, to argue that Michael Wittmann, or indeed any other individual, could seriously have influenced the course of the campaign in the Normandy area is nonsensical. Quite clearly no individual could have made a substantial difference to a campaign that was determined at much higher levels.
In response to this incredible feat, the highest tally of armor destroyed by a single tank in a single day's fighting, the Führer awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords to SS Obersturmführer Michael Wittmann, commander of a heavy panzer company. Wittmann was the 71st soldier of the German armed forces to be so honored. Hitler knew the value of Wittmann as a national hero and pressed him to accept a post as a tank instructor where he could pass on his hard-won knowledge. Wittmann instead rejoined his battalion at the front. He felt he was needed there, and his deep-rooted sense of duty would not let him accept a cushy job. Wittmann knew that the war had entered its decisive phase. In spite of the material superiority of the enemy, which he had seen and experienced firsthand in Normandy, Wittmann was optimistic as he drove back to the front. He had only been able to spend a very short time with his young wife before he said goodbye and set out for Normandy. It was to be his last assignment. On August the 8th, 1944, Wittmann rode into his last battle. In an otherwise unremarkable encounter, his borrowed tank, bearing the number 007, was targeted by superior British forces. A direct hit blew the turret from the tank. Wittmann and his crew died instantly. The greatest tank hunter in the history of warfare was dead.
Michael Wittmann's credited with destroying 140 enemy tanks, and I'm afraid this comes under the scope of lies, damn lies and statistics. Whilst I wouldn't dispute that Wittmann scored a high number, it's fairly evident from events like Villers-Bocage, where he is credited with destroying 25 tanks. The recent evidence seems to suggest it was much nearer a half a dozen to a dozen tanks, and an awful lot of armoured personnel carriers, which have no effective defence or method of attack on the Tiger. Relating why this came about, during the Russian campaign, an awful lot of cricket scores were run up by successful tank commanders, and under this guise, it was very good for the media at home, for publicity, in order to keep morale up at home. The Germans were very proficient at pushing forward their tank aces, also their aircraft aces. During the Russian campaign, though, frequently they're up against quite inferior equipment. The T-34 is is seen as an excellent piece of equipment, but most of the kills would have been amongst the much thinner armed light tanks that would have had no response or no adequate protection from the Tiger and no way of destroying it.
Wittmann and his crew are buried at Lacombe Military Cemetery in Normandy, near the site of his greatest victory at Villers-Bocage, a fitting resting place for a tireless warrior. The south of England on a sunny summer's afternoon. An exhibition of tanks and armoured vehicles draw the crowds. These military vehicle enthusiasts and a fascinated public take great pleasure from the vehicles of 50 years ago. Fun is had by all, rides are given, and the tanks once more rumble through their paces. In this tranquil setting, it's easy to forget that these machines were once the harbingers of death in the most terrible conflict known to man. The brutal realities of the battlefield can bring out the very worst aspects of human ingenuity. The best minds are used for the worst of purposes, as scientists and engineers strive to dream up new ways to kill, maim, or terrify their enemies, as any small advantage is relentlessly exploited in the desperate search for the vital winning edge. Sometimes fear alone is enough to overcome an enemy. This was certainly the case with flame-throwing tanks. These gruesome weapons had their main tank guns replaced with a flamethrower, which could fire a jet of flame for up to 50 yards. This was not a particularly accurate or even an effective weapon, but both sides used them in World War I. They were designed to be used to winkle infantry out of strong defenses, pillboxes and bunkers, but the main weapon was fear. The flame gun fired an inflammable mixture from a 100-liter tank, which was enough to fire 82-second bursts of flame.
A flame-throwing tank is nothing more than a tank that should resemble a regular tank, and the reason they wanted them to resemble regular tanks is you just don't want to stand out on the battlefield. If you stand out, particularly with you have a full load of jellied gasoline on board, that's not a good thing to have. I guess the most effective use of flame tanks was that used by the United States Marine Corps in the Pacific against the Japanese. The Japanese would get into these reverse slope defenses. They would not come out. You couldn't get them out by any method other than to use the flamethrower. And if you can put that flamethrower behind armor, so much the better.
To the infantrymen crouched in their foxholes, even the smallest tanks project an aura of invincibility. Rolling relentlessly onwards, they seem like an unstoppable armored juggernaut, the very essence of armored might. They appear so invulnerable and impersonal, it's easy to forget that inside the vehicle, there are men just the same as any others, with the same fears and emotions which run through every soldier on the battlefield. many respects, these emotions are heightened because the tank gives the protection of its armor, but imposes a host of other restrictions on its crew. Inside the tank, visibility is severely limited. The interior is cramped and noisy. The crew are acutely aware that their vehicle is a prime target for every enemy weapon on the battlefield. With their own stocks of fuel and ammunition aboard, they knew that one hit can turn the tank into a blazing inferno. There is also the danger that infantrymen might get close enough to attack with anti-tank weapons from unseen hiding places.
The main sources of danger for tank crews in battle are chiefly the lack of visibility from inside a tank. If you can imagine, you've got narrow vision slits that allow you to see a very small area directly in front of that slit, and you've got a number of those around the vehicle, but there are always blind spots. For most armour of the period, they don't move an awful lot quicker than a man running, and a man running with any sort of anti-tank device is going to be able to outmaneuver you at any phase of the battle.
Under favourable circumstances, placed in good positions with their strong frontal armour facing the enemy, the crews of the German tanks of World War II had good cause for confidence. These Panthers of the later war years could withstand most guns on the battlefield from all but the closest ranges. This is the massive Jagdtiger, which saw action in 1945. It still bears the scars of battle. We can clearly see on this surviving vehicle where Allied shells have hit, but failed to penetrate the armor. Once infantry tank hunting teams got close to the tanks, or enemy tanks were able to maneuver into a position to fire at the weaker sides or rear of the tank, the picture changed dramatically. The all-conquering armored hull could just as soon turn into a steel coffin. The drivers of these American tanks also have a good field of vision, as long as they keep their heads fully exposed outside the vehicle. When the commander stood in the open hatch of his tank, he too enjoyed an excellent view of the battlefield. But when the bullets started to fly, the commander and driver had to retreat inside the vehicle, closing their hatches behind them. Once the tank was battened down, the crew had only a very limited view of the outside world. With their diesel engines roaring and weapons firing, the heat generated inside the tanks was oppressive. In battle, the noise, the smell of sweat, smoke, fear, and cordite can only be imagined. Not only is it a claustrophobic world, unbearably noisy and uncomfortably cramped, but the severely restricted view made it difficult to spot targets or to defend against enemy tank hunting teams.
The tank, which is battened down for battle condition, to see anything at all is extremely difficult, especially for the driver. He only got very low set slots to look out, and he can see very little. He has to rely on the commander to a great deal, who is sitting higher, and he got vision slots in his turret to look all around, and he could advise him if there's any trouble ahead.
In World War II, these tank hunting teams were trained to move up close to enemy tanks to disable them. Occasionally, they would climb onto vehicles themselves and set anti-tank mines or drop grenades into exhaust outlets and any open hatches. As it was designed to fire over long ranges, the main gun of the tank was useless at close quarters. To combat against infantrymen who got too near the vehicle, tanks were equipped with grenade dischargers, which could be operated from inside. Frequently, however, teams of infantry got close enough to climb onto the vehicles themselves. In those circumstances, the crew of the tank had to either clamber out and engage the enemy with small arms, or rely on supporting infantry and the other tanks in his unit to spray his vehicle with machine gun fire to kill any infantry clambering aboard. The turret of a tank is very much like a mobile pillbox, with only the minimal openings for weapons. The armor gives protection, but severely limits visibility. In desperate situations, there was a small opening called a pistol port.
There are several ways of defending yourself. Well, first of all, of course, if the infantry is silly enough to come from the front, you just run over them with your trucks. On the other hand, normally they would come from behind and from the side. And to defend yourself against approaching infantry from the side, you got a certain opening in your turret, which is known as a pistol port. You punch out a plug, which opens the hole, poke your pistol through or your machine gun, and open fire on either side. And that should keep them at bay. And of course, the early Russian tanks, for instance, also had a pistol port at the rear against approaching infantry from there.
Tanks of all nations tended to mount at least 1 or 2 machine guns for close-quarter defence. Some tanks, in fact, mounted as many as 6. But in addition to these, smoke projectors, which could lay a smoke screen, mine layers, grenade launchers, and even light mortars could be built onto tanks for close-quarter protection against infantry or anti-tank gun crews.
The Germans used a cement-like paste called Zimmerit all over the sides of the vehicles that would be reachable by anyone attacking the tank, and its purpose was to stop magnetic mines being attached.
At longer ranges, there were other dangers. Concealed anti-tank guns were the chief menace. One well-placed shot could blast a tank to fragments. These guns were difficult to spot and could be camouflaged very easily. In order to give tanks protection against enemy guns, they need as much armor as possible. Ideally, every inch would be covered in thick steel plate. However, the crew need to be able to see out of a tank, so vision slits and hatches had to be allowed for. The engines need air intakes, and exhaust pipes need to allow the fumes to escape from the engine. These weakly armored parts of the tank are where it is most vulnerable, and they were the favorite aiming points for lurking anti-tank guns. From the confines of a tank, anti-tank guns were often impossible to find until it was too late. As the war progressed, the caliber and power of anti-tank guns increased from the relatively weak 37mm gun seen here, which was used in the first years of the war, to the awesome power of the high-velocity 88mm. The 88 was originally designed as an anti-aircraft gun, which needed to generate enormous power to fire a heavy shell thousands of feet into the air. When the German infantry discovered that this powerful gun could also be used to fire over a flat trajectory against tanks, a devastating new weapon was born. The massive velocity of its armor-piercing shells spelled death for thousands of Russian and Allied tanks during the years from 1939 to 1945.
The German 88, as we see here, was basically designed as an anti-aircraft gun. And during the early days of the war, they found out that it was very successful against pinpointed targets, bunkers and such alike, and of course against tanks. Direct sights were added, which you don't have on an anti-aircraft gun usually, were added, and several other changes done to the gun, and it turned out eventually to be just about the most successful tank and anti-tank gun there ever was.
Throughout the war, the 88 was the most feared adversary for all of the tank men in the Allied armies. The only drawback of this awesome weapon was that it was very cumbersome and needed to be towed into action. But once it was deployed in concealed and camouflaged positions, it was a deadly menace. Anti-tank guns were just one of the many hazards faced by the tank men. As the war progressed, all sides developed lightweight, portable anti-tank weapons of steadily increasing killing power. The Allies had the bazooka, and the Germans had the deadly Panzerfaust and Panzerschreck. These weapons were only effective at relatively short ranges, but they gave infantry teams a tank-killing capability, which made even the strongest tanks vulnerable. These German soldiers are stalking Allied tanks through a French village. They are ready to engage with their Panzerfausts. They first allow the leading Allied tanks to rumble past before carefully choosing their victim. The tank is destroyed. A huge investment in engineering, time and resources has been claimed by a single soldier with a simple weapon. Infantry anti-tank weapons worked on the principle of the hollow charge, which was designed to melt through the armor of the tanks and explode inside the vehicle. In order to defeat these weapons in Allied hands, the Germans found steel skirts would use up the energy of the missile in penetrating the steel outers, leaving the tank itself unharmed. They may have looked cumbersome, but they worked in practice and became standard issue for all medium tanks from 1943 onwards.
A lot of the German vehicles, especially later on in the war, as more powerful Allied tanks came about, had thin layered extra armour called Schürzen. This has the double advantage of maybe deflecting an armour-piercing round, but more particularly it would dissipate the power of a hollow charge shot. It hasn't got great velocity, so if it burns a hole in the side of an armour sheet that's outside the tank, it's very good protection for inside.
The 5-man crew was the standard for all German medium and heavy tanks. The crew of a Tiger consisted of the commander, who was in charge of the vehicle and selected targets. He also fired the turret machine gun. Next came the gunner, who sat next to the commander and targeted his enemies through his gun sights. In many respects, he was the most vital member of the crew. In battle, every shot had to count. The flight of a shell is affected by many factors, including wind direction, rain, snow, and other atmospheric conditions. The gunner had to gauge the range to the target, allow for any climatic factors, and compensate for the speed of any moving targets which were more difficult to hit. One miss could allow an enemy tank to get in the first vital shot, which spelled death in the tense tank duels of World War II.
The main 88mm armament of a Tiger was aimed and fired really as a result of a team effort. It was the job of all members of the Tiger's crew to use their vision devices to identify potential targets and to report them to the commander. The Tiger commander would then prioritise the target and would give orders to engage it. The gunner would traverse the Tiger's turret using a hydraulic system controlled by a foot pedal, and would then aim the gun using a binocular telescope sight, and would then fire the gun using an electrical ignition system.
The difference between tank guns of the Second World War and today is that frequently today's tank guns are stabilised so that as you're driving along you can fire as you go. The tank guns of the time wouldn't allow for that. You had to stop the tank, allowing yourself to be vulnerable to being shot at, and lay the gun on the target and fire.
Positioned on the opposite side of the turret from the gunner was the loader. He did the heavy manual work of loading the gun.
The loader was responsible for selecting the correct type of ammunition from the ammunition bins which were included in the Tiger's structure, and using an automatic or semi-automatic loading system to load the gun.
After each engagement, he also had the laborious job of emptying the shell cases and restocking the tank with the cumbersome rounds for the main gun. Inside the hull, towards the front of the vehicle, sat the driver. On his right was the radio operator, who fulfilled the vital communications function. He also manned the hull machine gun. The usual practice was for the crew of a tank to paint a white ring around the gun barrel for every enemy tank destroyed. Some crews were so successful in this practice that a thick white ring had to be painted, representing 10 kills. The most successful commanders proudly carried an array of kill rings like so many strutting peacocks. With the noise inside a tank, communication is very difficult. To communicate with other vehicles is almost impossible. The German engineers solved the problem by an internal intercom, which linked the crew and allowed them to communicate via headphones and microphones.
German practice at the time was to use a throat mic, which had two little microphones up against the side of your throat, and you would press those whenever you wanted to speak to the rest of the crew. If you then switched the radio set over, that also allowed you to broadcast to the rest of your unit. The headset has a pair of headphones on, so it muffles a little bit the sound of the engine, but it's a very, very loud engine anyway.
For communications between the tanks themselves, all German machines were equipped with radios. In the early war years, there were no such refinements on the Russian side.
In the T-34, strangely enough, as good as the tank was, even from its very beginning, the communication was very poor, because it had no radios, which is a normal way of doing things. The T-34 actually, the early ones, the commander had to get out of his turret at least halfway and wave two flags about, one red and one green one, I believe, and give signals like ships at high seas, you see. And that's how they changed directions or whatever he wanted them to do, which was very primitive, and it didn't work very well. It was only much later, for instance, the tank behind me, the T-34-85, the bigger one, had proper radio and radio contact within each crew member, and of course to headquarters as well.
The superior communications gave the Germans a great advantage, which compensated for their very real disadvantage in armor quality. During World War II, most German tanks started the conflict at a disadvantage. The puny 37mm gun was initially used to equip the Panzer IIIs, which were then Germany's main battle tanks. The same 37mm gun was also carried by all of the Czech-made 38T tanks, which, in 1940, were Germany's most numerous tanks. These guns were insufficient to penetrate at all but the shortest range, and even the upgrade to a 50mm gun, such as those carried by these Panzer IIIs, was still not really sufficient. Only the 75mm gun of the Panzer IV and Sturmgeschütz battalions were really suited to the demands of the modern battlefield. But even then, it had its limitations. The short barrel of the 75mm gave the shells only a limited velocity, which was effective against the thinly armored tanks of the early war years, but proved to be totally inadequate when the Germans met the superior Russian tanks during 1941.
The T-34 at its time was by far away the best tank the world had ever seen. It was absolutely second to none. The shape is followed even to this day, the outline of a tank. It was the mother, so to speak, of all modern tanks. It was just right in every respect. The gun, the armor, the speed, the lot.
To compensate for the low quality of the guns, the Germans further extended their technological lead by introducing special command tanks, which had the main guns removed to make room for additional radio equipment.
Command tanks are basically factory or battlefield conversions of ordinary gun tanks, which are used by relatively senior tank commanders, squadron, company, battalion or regiment commanders, to observe and to coordinate the actions of their subordinates on the battlefield. Command tanks generally mount extra radios, wireless sets for these purposes, and in order to incorporate these extra wireless sets and sometimes extra wireless operators, something usually has to be removed from the tank. Generally speaking, this is either ammunition, which is extremely bulky, or the main armament of the tank itself. Obviously, removing either, and particularly the latter, considerably disadvantages a command tank on the battlefield.
The cohesion which came from a smooth flow of commands was one of the obvious reasons that the inferior German tanks of 1941 and 1942 were able to overcome the superior T-34s and KV-1s. These command tanks soon drew special attention, and attempts were made to disguise them with dummy guns.
A command tank is frequently without a main gun, so that it was made to look a little bit like the appropriate tank with a length of wood or pipe.
Even where a dummy gun was used, however, usually the extra wireless antennae, which were installed on the tank to make the extra wireless sets work effectively, were another way with which the enemy could identify enemy command tanks and knock them out.
This disconcerting factor was not mitigated by the rigid German practice of numbering their tanks in sequence, starting with the commander's vehicle, which frequently carried the number 001 displayed prominently on the turret, a sure invitation to enemy gunners. By 1943, a command vehicle was no place to be. Infantry had, by now, developed extra killing power in the form of magnetic mines, bazookas, and the Panzerfausts. These deadly weapons could all blast through the armor of a tank, but the Russians found that the simple expedient of a bottle filled with petrol, lighted, and thrown onto the engine decks could disable even the largest tanks. Their tank hunting teams soon became very adept at wielding this single, improvised tank-killing device. The tanks, which the Russians stalked so effectively, were designed to do two jobs on the battlefield. The first was to engage and destroy other tanks. The second was to attack infantry and artillery targets. In essence, the successful engagement and destruction of enemy tanks was a matter of the simple application of brute force. Elementary physics tells us that force equals mass times velocity. For the job of destroying other tanks, the tank needs to be able to fire the heaviest practicable shell at huge speeds. This produces enough force to punch through the armor of an enemy tank. Explosive power alone has little value against the thick armor of a tank. What gives the missile its penetrating power is the enormous velocity which punches through the armor of enemy vehicles.
Armor-piercing rounds, very simply, tend generally to be solid shot, by which I mean a shell which is essentially metal with a very small explosive charge, and which relies upon a very high velocity and the enormous pressures and heat created by a round impacting on armour in order to burn their way or melt their way through the armour of, say, a turret or a tank generally, and to splatter around inside, either destroying equipment or killing or injuring the crew.
Very occasionally, it was found that armor-piercing shells were traveling so fast They passed straight through enemy tanks and through the other side, without damaging the vehicle or its occupants. A variety of high-explosive anti-tank rounds were therefore developed, which were designed to first penetrate the armor of an enemy tank, then explode inside the vehicle. This fine balancing act was rarely achieved in practice, and it is debatable whether the small amount of explosive contained in the shells was much more effective than the massive kinetic impact of a high-velocity round. Against infantry and field guns, the tank needs to be able to fire a high-explosive round. Here, the speed of the shell is less important. What matters is the weight of explosive packed into the warhead. The bigger the shell, the bigger the explosion. To reach over walls and intervening obstacles, a plunging trajectory is the best method of attack against infantry hiding behind obstacles in buildings and trenches.
High explosive shells, generally speaking, have a hollow cone and into which high explosives is inserted. And the point of these is to detonate and to throw out a lethal stream of metal splinters, which are particularly useful against infantry out in the open. Of course, high explosives are also useful for destroying non-armoured targets because of their explosive force.
With the space taken up by the main gun, the crew and the engines, there is surprisingly little room in a tank for the ammunition, which was vital to survival on the battlefield. Most tanks could hold enough shells for around 90 shots, tightly packed into every conceivable space. Most commanders favored a mix of 40% high explosive and 60% armor piercing. But it was often a matter of a personal assessment of the likeliest target to be faced on a given mission. Getting the balance right was a crucial decision. Armor-piercing rounds were useless against infantry, and high explosive would not penetrate tank armor. Having a large stock of the wrong kind of ammunition effectively left the tank impotent. These anti-tank gunners are attempting to clear infantry from a building without the benefit of high explosive rounds. In slow motion, we can see the straight trajectory and high speed of the shell, but the effect on the building is minimal. A high explosive round would have been devastating. In battle, many experienced crews could fire one round every 5 seconds. So not surprisingly, ammunition supplies could quickly become exhausted, rendering the tank helpless. At this delicate juncture, the tank commander was faced with a crucial choice. Either leave the field to rearm and refuel, or await resupply in the field. The bulky tank ammunition could not be transported on foot, and required a vehicle to resupply the tanks. Trucks were too vulnerable to be sent into the fighting area, so the Germans developed a special turretless tank called a munition schlepper to carry out the dangerous job of ammunition resupply on the battlefield. To ensure that ammunition supplies were used wisely, German tanks were forbidden from firing on the move. The prescribed tactic was to strictly engage enemy targets from a static position. This made aiming much easier, giving the gunner the best chance as he lined up his target on the middle triangle of his gun sight. To help him in his task of judging the flight of his shells, they were equipped with a tracer element, which produced a trail of bright light to help pinpoint the path of the shell as it flew towards its target. The tank crews prayed that their first shot would hit, turning the enemy vehicle into a flaming mass as the fuel and ammunition exploded. A miss could mean their own destruction by return. The prospect of the awful death of men trapped in a burning tank haunted the tank crews. It was a nightmare prospect, which dogged their every moment. In all of the major tank battles of World War II, from Poland through North Africa and into Russia, the black columns of smoke from burning vehicles can be seen hanging on the horizon like gathering storm clouds. All too often, they marked the funeral pyres for their hapless crews. Death or injury could come to the tank crews from a myriad of sources. It was not always necessary to even damage the vehicle. One other ever-present danger for tank crews were metal splinters caused by hits on the outside of a tank. As the outside velocity of the impact was converted into violent internal energy, these deadly fragments were blown from the inside of the turret, where they would fly around the inside of the tank, slicing through the bodies of the crewmen packed together in their claustrophobic world. In many early tanks, such as these 38T Czech tanks in German service, there was a further danger. The rivets used in the construction of the tanks were particularly dangerous. The violence of a hit on the outside of the tank would cause the heads of the rivets to ricochet around inside the vehicle. This was also a major problem for the British tanks of the early years, which were also of riveted construction rather than cast steel. And many horrific injuries were caused by flying rivets from shots which had not actually penetrated the tank. Another ever-present danger for tanks was less spectacular, but equally deadly. Anti-tank mines could be placed in great numbers to protect a defensive position. These mines would support the weight of a man without detonating, so infantry teams often passed by unsuspecting. But as soon as the weight of a tank was present, it exploded with tremendous force. Although tanks were sometimes destroyed by mines, the most frequent result was that they lost a track. This resulted in crews having to leave their vehicle to attempt to repair these massive iron tracks in the heat of battle. The job of testing for mines and clearing a path through them was the job of the pioneer sections. Occasionally, this ritual task was overlooked. At the vital Battle of Kursk, General Heinz Guderian, the inspector of armor in the German army at the time of the crucial battle, was left livid with rage. His new Tiger tanks had rolled into action through uncleared minefields, with the result that many of his most effective machines, the spearhead of the army, were rendered immobile by a threat which could easily have been anticipated and cleared. As the war continued, each surviving tank in the German panzer divisions became an increasingly valuable asset. As battlefield losses rose, the war-ravaged German factories, which were being pounded day and night by Allied bombers, could no longer keep increasing the supply of war vehicles to match those destroyed. Although production rose year on year, during the crucial years of 1943 and 1944, losses of tanks rose even faster. But provided it wasn't actually blown apart or completely gutted by fire, many battle-damaged tanks could actually be repaired and brought back into service. For the Allies, with their limitless supplies of men and material, this was a less pressing issue. But for the Germans, it was a vital matter. It was a source of great frustration to many German tank crews that Hitler himself placed a priority on the production of new tanks over the supply of replacement parts and engines. In many cases, old tanks could easily have been brought back into service at the front line with a regular supply of spare parts and engines. This would have been easier and more efficient than manufacturing, then shipping a complete new tank all the way from Germany. In the Desert War, Rommel's tenuous supply line was even more difficult. It became essential to recover as many damaged or broken down vehicles as possible. While this was also a factor in British thinking, it was a less pressing issue as the 8th Army was comparatively well served with replacements. Control of the field after the battle was vital for Rommel. It allowed the Afrika Korps to salvage Allied and enemy machines alike.
Controlling the battlefield after a tank battle is finished is vital for either side. The chief reason for this is that most of your vehicle casualties are recoverable. If you've got a small hole through the middle of your tank, it's usually made a mess of whatever's inside, but the more common type of tank casualty would be a missing track link, damaged tracks, damaged suspension that's prevented the tank from moving. Most of those tanks very easily recoverable with just half an hour's work.
In Russia, it was becoming equally vital for the Germans to keep control of the battlefield after an engagement. The mechanically simple Russian T-34s could often be salvaged. German crews, like these, frequently drove captured T-34 tanks into action. During the course of the war, 40,000 T-34 tanks were manufactured, more than double the capacity of the entire German tank industry. By 1943, in Russia, as in North Africa, it had become an overriding necessity for the Germans to retain control of the battlefield. Otherwise, tank losses could never be made up. With the huge weight of the later war tanks, such as these Tigers, immobilized tanks could often only be moved by the power of another Tiger. The heaviest tractor in the German army was the 18-ton F3, but it took 3 of these harnessed together to move one broken-down Tiger. And in the midst of the battlefield, the tractors were highly vulnerable to anti-tank rounds, high-explosive shells, and the handheld weapons of the infantry.
Tiger tanks, which each weighed about 60 tons and which were prone to a range of mechanical and electrical failures, certainly suffered from problems. In addition, they were extremely expensive, valuable assets that could not afford to be wasted. Because of this, recovering Tiger tanks was particularly important if they were knocked out. There were a range of options available to the SS and the Army tank battalions which operated Tigers. Most obviously, they could use their own gun tanks to tow other tanks out of trouble. The problem was this, that it tended to cause electrical or engine or transmission malfunctions in the Tigers doing the towing. Alternatively, unarmoured half-tracks could be used, but unfortunately several of these needed to be used to tow a single Tiger, and because they were unarmoured, they were vulnerable on the battlefield. Quite clearly what one required was an armoured recovery vehicle that could tow a Tiger on its own, and which was capable of operating in intense combat conditions.
Once again, the solution to the problem was to develop a specialist recovery vehicle, known as a Bergenpanzer. These machines dispensed with the turret and replaced it with a box-like wooden structure. They were designed to run quickly up to disabled tanks and tow them away from enemy reach. Every tank carried heavy towing cables, ready to be hitched up to a recovery vehicle or a friendly tank. Most sensible commanders went into action with their cables already hooked up, just in case. Tanks look incredibly robust, but in many respects, they are surprisingly vulnerable. They require high maintenance and are prone to break down. They also shed their caterpillar tracks with infuriating regularity, especially in thick mud, when crossing obstacles or as a result of anti-tank fire and minefields.
The tank tracks, as you might guess, are the most important parts on a tank really to get you along. And they have to be changed. For instance, if one link just breaks, one pin has to break and you haven't got a track anymore. Or enemy action, tracks are often hit by enemy shells, damaged and have to be changed eventually. It's a very hard job. and takes a lot of effort to do it. The whole crew is involved. And how I've never done it myself on the enemy action, but I shudder to think what it would take.
These German tank men, rushing to replace a heavy track in the thick of the action, had ample opportunity to curse their ill luck. But it was an all too commonplace event. Despite the myriad of dangers, the tank was the queen of the battlefield in the wide open spaces of North Africa and Russia. In the first 4 months of the war, the Germans discovered that there was one environment in which tanks should never be deployed: the built-up areas of towns and cities. There, they became especially vulnerable to lurking infantry and anti-tank guns. The Germans learned this lesson as early as the Polish campaign of 1939, in the Battle for Warsaw. But despite all of their previous experiences, these mistakes were repeated at Stalingrad, Kursk, and in Normandy. Some commanders continued to commit tanks in towns right up to 1945. In 1944, these destroyed German tanks littered the streets of Villers-Bocage. They were destroyed by concealed British anti-tank guns when they grew too confident and rolled into the town after a period of conspicuous success in the open fields around the town. This page from the 1945 US Handbook on the German Army illustrates how this massive Jagdtiger tank destroyer, unwisely deployed in a town, was destroyed by the simple expedient of a Molotov cocktail dropped from the upper window into the open hatch of the tank below. But it was not just the Germans who suffered. Even the mightiest giant, it seemed, had its limitations. In the last month of the war, this lone soldier sets out to destroy a Russian tank. His smile suggests elation and pride. Or maybe it's just the relief that he has survived, and soon it will all be over. The world holds Adolf Hitler to account for the rearmament program which allowed Germany to precipitate the Second World War. To a large extent, this is certainly true. It was Hitler who gave the priority and impetus to develop the drive for the military power which was unleashed upon the unwary nations of Europe in 1939. But Hitler only came to power in 1933. And by that time, the German army was already a long way towards rebuilding the armed forces which Germany had been denied by the harsh conditions of the Treaty of Versailles, imposed after her defeat in World War I. The Versailles Treaty specifically forbade Germany from developing armored cars, tanks, or any other form of tracked armored vehicles. It was designed to leave the field clear for the Allies to continue the development of the descendants of these French light tanks, which had shown promise in the closing months of the Great War.
Well, basically the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, which blamed Germany in its entirety for the outbreak of World War I, forbade the German army to use tanks in any capacity whatsoever. However, in the late 1920s, the German army, fully conscious of the increasing technological sophistication and usefulness of tanks, got round the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles by striking a bargain with the Soviet Union. Germany and the Soviet Union were both, in many respects, the pariahs of the international community of the late 1920s. The Soviet Red Army wished to tap into the military expertise of the German army. At the same time, the German army wanted to be able to use Soviet tanks at the Soviet tank school in Kazan, out of sight of the prying eyes of the Western powers, namely France and Great Britain.
The secret German-Soviet experimental station took the first steps in the development of modern battle tanks. These tanks would later equip the panzer divisions of World War II. Ironically, they would be pitched against the Soviet Union as their greatest foe. 2 tanks eventually emerged from this clandestine development program. Firstly, there was the tiny Panzer I, a small, lightly armed and armored machine designed as a training and command vehicle. It was armed with 2 machine guns and had space for a crew of just 2 men. Slightly more impressive was the prototype for what would become the Panzer II. The Panzer II was a light reconnaissance tank. It was only marginally more efficient than the Panzer I, but it did at least have a 20mm gun in its turret.
The Panzer I had been designed as the first German tank in the early 1930s, and as such it had actually been designed as a training tank only, and thus it really had never been envisaged as a battle tank. And you can see this from the fact it was only armed with 2 machine guns and had very light armour. So really the Panzer I was not an effective battle tank at all. The Panzer II was in some ways a transitional design and was slightly more battle-worthy than a Panzer I. It had a 20mm cannon and better armour protection. But it really can only be seen as a reconnaissance tank or a light tank and really couldn't match either the firepower or the armour of most Allied tanks.
When Hitler came to unfettered power in 1933, these 2 tanks unexpectedly had to be used to equip the new panzer divisions for frontline service. Thanks to Hitler, the next war would arrive far sooner than the generals could have imagined in their worst nightmares. Adolf Hitler was a driven man. He did not intend to heed the pleas of the High Command, who knew that a modern war would need the next generation of medium and heavy tanks, which were then still in development. They would not be ready in numbers before 1940, and a protracted war without them was unthinkable. But a long war was exactly the opposite of what Adolf Hitler had in mind. In the next war, he was determined that Germany would not be brought to her knees by a long, drawn-out war of attrition. It was unthinkable that the horrors of the trenches should ever be repeated, so future campaigns would need to be swift and decisive. In this, at least, he had the support of some sections of the High Command, who agreed that mechanization was the answer.
The Reichswehr, the German army, had been collaborating with the Russians secretly during the 1920s and the early part of the 1930s, and it was there, in Russia, and certainly not in England or in Great Britain, that the Germans saw, for example, for the first time, the organization of the first large-scale mechanized brigade, then a mechanized division, and finally a mechanized corps. And the other thing the Germans were able to do was actually to exercise with their tanks, which was not possible elsewhere because of the Treaty of Versailles.
In parallel with the development of the first tanks came the new tactical doctrine which would transform the face of warfare: blitzkrieg. In the 20s and 30s, Germany developed a new approach to battlefield tactics. During the Great War, the attacking frontage of the armies during major offensives could be as wide as 60 miles. Even the successful Kaiserschlacht offensives launched by Germany during the last year of the war saw the troops deployed over a 20-mile-long attack sector. Using blitzkrieg tactics, the new armored forces were to be concentrated together for a single thrust through a very narrow sector of the front. Once they had broken through the opposing front lines, the panzers were instructed to keep going further and further into the enemy rear areas, spreading panic and confusion. The new tank forces were to be supported by a force of dive bombers to spread fear and panic both at the point of penetration, then further into the rear areas as the tanks advanced. To further facilitate the new tactics, the old infantry divisions were augmented by a new formation called a panzer division. These divisions had their own tanks, motorized infantry, motorized artillery, and full support and logistics. It was designed to be a highly mobile miniature army, capable of supporting itself on the move.
The reason the Panzer Division was such an effective fighting formation was due to the combined arms element contained within it. A Panzer Division contained, yes, it had tanks, but it also contained a brigade of infantry, anti-aircraft guns, artillery pieces, its own supply columns, and this whole unit was glued together, you might say, with modern voice radio communications. This made it a very flexible formation, and given the fact that the entire formation was motorized, it meant it was a very fast formation.
Blitzkrieg evolved from a reassessment of war tactics that took place not only in Germany, but in Russia and Britain as well. Two perceptive British military theorists, Major General J.C. Fuller and Captain B. Liddell Hart, understood that the introduction of the tank during World War I had opened up hitherto undreamt of military possibilities.
Both Liddell Hart and Fuller, in their writings, they described the kind of battle which they had in mind as the play of lightning. And the German word for lightning is Blitz, of course. So that was taken up when considering that. The first time that the term Panzer Army, Panzer Division was used by an Austrian general called General Eimansberger. And some of Hitler's remarks, his own remarks, about 1936, he's tending to use the word Blitz with respect to war, and then you get the combination of Blitzkrieg. So it slipped in, if you like, into military parlance and general usage around about the mid-1930s.
There are a number of claimants to the title of the father of Blitzkrieg. It is generally accepted that Liddell, Hart and Fuller's experiments with the British tank were important, but at the same time the Germans had worked on the application of motorization and tanks in breakthrough battles. Many of these new ideas came from the work of General Heinz Guderian. A man of acute and perceptive intelligence, Guderian had devoted much thought to the question of how tanks might best be used in a modern battle. Plans and tactics were tried out in war games and maneuvers, which soon convinced Hitler that he had discovered the way to make his dreams of conquest become a reality.
Guderian was a great publicist of the tank. He wrote a very famous book called Achtung Panzer, which was, if you like, required reading for all the practitioners of tank warfare and what later came to be known as the Blitzkrieg. So from the point of view of being, I think, both the protagonist and the publicist of the tank, of the armored fighting vehicle, and also of the initial concept of the Blitzkrieg, Guderian plays a very important part indeed.
During the Great War, Guderian had worked extensively with wireless and gained invaluable experience in the deployment of infantry, artillery, and aircraft. With the addition of the tanks, Guderian had a clear vision of the force he wished to create. His tanks would be solely concentrated in the Panzer and Panzer Grenadiers armored divisions, not dispersed in small numbers throughout the army. They would be spearheads of a single, large military formation, which also included aircraft, artillery, and mechanized infantry. Crucially, the commanders of these new formations would not be stationed far in the rear, but would operate near the front, moving forward with the panzers and responding instantly to changing situations and issuing orders by wireless directly to his units. Making the most efficient use possible of available technology was only part of Guderian's work. He also had a clear understanding of the value of proper training, and that it was vital to encourage drive and initiative, even in the lowest ranks. The German army as a whole had incomparable standards. The men of the tank arm were trained to an even higher pitch and expected to make decisions in action, rather than simply waiting for orders. With this new system at his fingertips, Hitler would plunge Europe into years of barbarity and turmoil on an unprecedented scale. In early 1939, Germany's rearmament was still far from complete. But Hitler knew if he delayed his plans any longer, Germany's enemies might yet grow too strong for her. To be successful, he needed easy, quick, and decisive victories. Because the new Panzer IIIs and IVs were only available in small quantities, he pressed the Panzer I and II tanks into service. But even then, the numbers were far from adequate. At this uncertain juncture, Hitler had a stroke of luck. When Germany annexed Bohemia and Moravia in 1938, it was found that the tanks produced in Czechoslovakia by Skoda and CKD were available in sufficient numbers to bolster the numbers of the panzer divisions.
I think it's true to say that in May 1938 there was a genuine danger of war. The Czechoslovak armed forces were properly mobilized, and threats which appeared to have been realistic threats were made by the British and the French in particular that seemed to have deterred Adolf Hitler from ordering the commencement of the operation. In September 1938, however, it appears, as one author has remarked, that the British and French, having looked over the precipice and seen the possibility of war, decided, for reasons to do with their unpreparedness, not to make the same threats that they made in May 1938. And this led, of course, to the rather disastrous agreement made at Munich, and indeed precipitated, many historians argue, the outbreak of the Second World War in September 1939.
The Czech light tank, the LT-35, was renamed the Panzer 35T and served alongside their Panzer I and II tanks in the light companies, where it outperformed its German counterparts. Of even greater use was the LT-38 light-medium tank, which was now taken into German service and renamed as the Panzer 38T. Better still, almost 220 of the 35T and 60 of the 38T tanks were immediately available. With this windfall addition to his tank forces, Hitler was able to carry out his attack on Poland with greater confidence.
The Czech tanks, the Panzer 35 and 38T, were very, very important to the German war effort in 1940. Over a third of the German tanks used in the campaign in France were in fact Czech tanks, which had been seized by the Germans after the annexation of Czechoslovakia in 38 and 39. The Panzer 35T was a fairly old design, but relatively battle-worthy. The Panzer 38T, on the other hand, was an extremely effective light tank in 1940 and gave much more fighting power to the panzer divisions than either the Panzer Is or IIs. The Germans liked the design so much that in fact the Panzer 38T, although it was replaced as a battle tank after 1940 and 41, it remained in production until 1945 and was used as the basis for many German fighting vehicles.
Although the Polish campaign was predominantly a conventional war of encirclement, the German battle plan did include some elements of what was to become standard blitzkrieg doctrine. In the case of Poland, Hitler made no declaration of war. This flagrant disregard for the usual rules of war caught his victims off guard every time he used the same ploy. It gave him the vital advantage of surprise and kept the initiative, which was so vital to the success of blitzkrieg. What we now understand as the classic forms of blitzkrieg was rehearsed against Poland in September 1939 by 26 German infantry divisions, 6 panzer divisions, and 4 light divisions, and 4 motorized divisions. The most important supporting element was, of course, the Luftwaffe. In the initial stages of the attack, the Luftwaffe pounded the Polish defenses and destroyed the Polish Air Force on the ground. Even more importantly, it wreaked havoc with Polish mobilization. The cooperation between air and ground, which became an essential element of the blitzkrieg technique, was perfected in Poland. Although brilliantly conceived and executed, the overall German strategy was still largely based on the classic German tradition of encirclement and envelopment, which could be carried out by conventional forces, but with the strong influence of the blitzkrieg elements. By the 16th day of the campaign, Poland's situation was already beyond hope. Endeavoring to hold a thin and overextended front of 2,000 kilometers, the Poles fought with selfless bravery. Even in 1939, the elite of the old-fashioned Polish army was considered to be the mounted cavalry. Galloping fearlessly across the battlefield like ghosts from a lost age, these cavalrymen were committed to the impossible task of charging the German tanks with their lances and sabers. In Germany, there was jubilation and a sense of restored national pride. The nation's virile leader acquired new prestige and laurels from the fatherland, and the Third Reich sensed that it was entering into a glorious new world of its own making. When Hitler visited the Tank Corps soon after the invasion, it was the achievements of the panzer divisions that delighted him most. In return for his huge success, Guderian had lost only 150 men and 700 wounded. The blitzkrieg elements were falling smoothly into place. The success of the Polish campaign fired Hitler's pride, aggression, and vanity. In the late spring of 1940, it also gave him the confidence for the successful military conquests of Denmark and Norway. By May of that year, Hitler was ready for his greatest gamble to date, the invasion of France. Case Yellow had been repeatedly postponed. The delays, however, were put to good use, and the intensive study of the lessons from the Polish campaign were undertaken. The role of the armored divisions and the other blitzkrieg components came under particular scrutiny. One of the men eager to discover what improvements could be introduced was Heinz Guderian, one of Hitler's most capable generals. In the short Polish campaign, the Germans had lost a disproportionately high number of the vulnerable Panzer I and II tanks, which accounted for 172 losses from a total of 217. This was clearly cause for concern, but the flow of replacements was beginning to speed up. With the German and Czech works at full stretch, Guderian now had a larger, far more modern tank force. Crucially, the new Mark III and IV tanks were available in good numbers, and the first full-scale experiment in blitzkrieg tactics could begin. It was to lead to the fall of France. Early in the morning of the 10th of May 1940, Fall Gelb was activated. German forces swung down into the Low Countries, and the term blitzkrieg was burned into the pages of history. Despite the increase in the number of German tanks, the French still enjoyed a great superiority in military material. The French Air Force was bigger than the German Air Force, and had it been properly deployed, it could easily have blunted the German invasion sufficiently for the Germans to run out of fuel. The huge number of tanks and support vehicles in the panzer divisions consumed enormous quantities of fuel, and the Germans knew that the backup to that first blitzkrieg thrust would be stretched to its limit. The generals also knew that if they were held at bay for even a couple of weeks, they would run out of both fuel and ammunition.
Fuel, and not just fuel, but oils and all the kinds of lubricants which motorised vehicles need, were absolutely essential for armoured divisions and mechanised divisions in the Second World War. Without them, they simply could not go anywhere. One example of this came from the 1940 campaign in France, when French tanks, particularly the Char B, which actually ran on aviation fuel, kept running out of fuel before they could reach the battlefield and had to be constantly refueled. The Germans, on the other hand, using petrol for their engines, were able to actually pull up at French petrol stations and refill their tanks that way. So improvisation could be used to keep an armoured division on the go in certain circumstances, but in other campaigns, such as the desert campaigns or in Russia, fuel could become very short very quickly, and it needed a great deal of logistic planning to enable armoured divisions to continue to advance.
Setting aside the supply concerns, the strategy that had eventually been settled upon for the attack was of glittering audacity. A surprise offensive was launched through Holland and Belgium, which it was hoped would draw the British forces northwards away from their French allies, who would hold their defensive positions in the famous Maginot Line. Then, a powerful concentration of German armour would crash through the weakly defended Ardennes region. Without real opposition, this arm of the attack would thrust into France to divide the Allied armies in half. From the outset, the great stratagem worked immaculately, and when Hitler was told, he almost wept for joy. On the 10th day of the campaign, Guderian reached Amiens. The last link between the Allied forces to the north and south was severed, adding still further to the already dire confusion in the chain of command. On the 24th, 4 days later, Hitler issued one of the most controversial orders of the war. For 2 days, he had halted the German tanks outside the town of Dunkirk, where the British army was encircled. This respite prevented a massacre taking place, and the evacuation of the British from Dunkirk was the result.
This decision was taken by Hitler mainly because of the fright given to Rommel's 7th Panzer Division on the 21st of May by a British counterattack at Arras. Combined with that fact, or with that rather frightening episode for the Germans, was the fact that Hitler did not want to waste his panzer divisions in heavy street fighting, which was already beginning to develop around Calais. And thus, in some ways, the decision was rational to allow the Air Force to bomb the BEF into submission. It's also important to remember that Hitler really did not believe that the BEF could be saved by sea. He wasn't a naval man and didn't understand what the Royal Navy could actually do.
Because of his love of detail, Hitler demanded daily reports from the front line. From there, it seemed that Hitler had gained the mistaken impression that German tank losses were higher than they actually were. He had, it seems, mistaken the number of broken-down vehicles in the report as total losses. He therefore decided to allow the Luftwaffe to finish off the British, while his precious tank forces were saved for the final attack on France. On the 20th of June, after just 6 weeks of war, France agreed to sign a demeaning armistice.
It was a very successful Blitz campaign. Yes, they broke through in the south. They were able to bring great pressure on the Allied armies. They forced the withdrawal of the British Expeditionary Force to Dunkirk. They encircled the French armies. So from that point of view, it was a success. And it was a success for 2 reasons. A, it was very carefully planned and brilliantly executed. But there, the logistics problem was not so serious. Where the German army came up against logistics problem, as it did in Russia, then the Blitzkrieg didn't work. It was what it was meant to be, a short, sharp, rapid, brutal penetration.
Hitler was overjoyed at this astounding vindication of the methods of Blitzkrieg. Germany rejoiced with him. The nation's honor had been restored, German prosperity assured by the new order in Europe, and the ignominy of Versailles was lost in the past. Under their revered leader, This transformation had been achieved at a cost far below all expectation. Germany had every reason to thank its armed forces, as the posters exhorted them to do. Hitler was pleased, but not content. He wanted much more. A declaration of war against Yugoslavia and Greece simultaneously was the signal that Blitzkrieg was about to be unleashed again. It burst over Yugoslavia on the 6th of April, 1941. The same day, Belgrade was heavily bombed, and the Germans tore through the country. Zagreb, Sarajevo, and Skopje fell in quick succession, and just 12 days later, Yugoslavia was completely occupied. Greece was now the front line. With the Balkan flank now secured, the unprecedented military build-up in progress all along Germany's eastern borders continued. Hitler had resolved to invade the Soviet Union. This great offensive, codenamed Barbarossa, had been fermenting for a long time in Hitler's mind. Firmly rooted in National Socialist ideology was the conviction that Germany's destiny lay in the east. But Soviet Russia was just too vast to hope that it would fall in 30 days like Poland. Once more, Hitler needed a quick war. Once more, he needed it soon. His gambler's instinct told him that Germany would never stand so strong as she stood then. And if he delayed, even 1 year, the crowds that cheered so fervently might no longer be willing to follow him into so hazardous an adventure. He gambled that the war would last 3 months. It was the biggest and most mistaken assessment of his ramshackle career. The coming war would last almost 4 years and claim 30 million lives. At 0300 hours on the morning of June the 22nd, 1941, the code word Dortmund crackled down the wires. 3 million men stood in battle readiness. The ground along the Russian borders vibrated to the thunder of massed artillery. High above, hundreds of bombers flew steadily eastwards. The theory of Blitzkrieg was about to be tested on a far grander scale than anything yet undertaken, and in an arena of frighteningly vast proportions. The German forces were disposed in 3 great army groups. The topmost, Army Group North, swung away northwards aiming for Leningrad. The 3rd Army Group, known as Army Group South, moved sharply down towards the Ukraine, with the oil fields of the Caucasus as its ultimate goal. Guderian was with the principal German offensive in Army Group Center. Their objectives were Smolensk, and beyond that the industrial and administrative heart of Soviet Russia, Moscow. As usual, the invasion forces scythed through hopelessly disorganized opposition and moved rapidly onwards. The well-honed Blitzkrieg pattern was being repeated, and the Soviet defenses whirled away like chaff in the wind. The number of prisoners taken seemed too immense to be true, but it was. Almost 3 million Russian soldiers fell into German hands in the opening phases of Barbarossa, and the scale of destruction was terrifying. As the news of Barbarossa reverberated around a stunned and disbelieving world, even Germany was awestruck. Despite the successes, Guderian was at odds with the overall plan. He was acutely aware that the one guiding principle of Blitzkrieg, the concentration of maximum force against a single objective, had already been neglected. Even worse, as the army groups advanced, they would diverge away from one another instead of coming closer together in an enveloping movement. In addition, Guderian was not being allowed to develop the technique he had exploited so masterfully in France. A short, sharp campaign which kept a close eye on the practical issues of supply. The Polish campaign took place in 36 days. The campaign in the West lasted 42 days. But the campaign in Russia lasted 1,000 days. In the autumn of 1941, the Blitzkrieg technique was failing. The reasons were the logistical problems which beset the German army as a whole, but were especially severe for the German tank columns. There had always been a fear in the German High Command that the panzers might run out of fuel, or they might run out of ammunition, or that they might outstrip the ability of the army to keep them supplied and in working order. At that point, Germany would become embroiled in a war of attrition with a bigger adversary. This is exactly what happened in Russia, and with that, the Blitzkrieg floundered.
The Soviet Union had relatively few roads. A very small proportion of the roads that existed were paved. This meant that the German army's logistical system, which was heavily dependent upon the roads, was going to face severe problems in sustaining any advance into the interior of the Soviet Union once the weather deteriorated.
Incredible numbers of prisoners had been taken, and huge quantities of tanks and guns captured or destroyed. Despite this sustained progress, Guderian was increasingly conscious of grounds for unease in the development of the campaign. The unending immensity of the land depressed many soldiers. Lack of mobility, particularly of tracked vehicles, was a severe drawback. There continued to be a huge haul of prisoners, but the German pincers were closing too slowly, allowing large numbers of Red Army troops to get away, and the Red Army appeared to command endless reserves. Most roads were of dirt, which with the sudden rains turned quickly to mud, halting entire columns.
The terrain itself was not particularly difficult for the German army to negotiate when the weather was good. Once the weather deteriorated in the autumn and winter of 1941, the nature of the terrain, the forests and the swamps and the poor infrastructure of the Soviet Union ensured that the terrain, the sheer size of the country, would come to work very heavily against the successful advance of the German army.
Meanwhile, Hitler was vacillating. Having failed to annihilate the Red Army, his interest turned towards securing the economic prize of the Ukrainian oil wells. To Guderian's dismay, he was diverted from his plan to drive hard and fast for Moscow and ordered south to the Ukraine. His divisions performed outstandingly, helping to take well over 500,000 prisoners and nearly 1,000 tanks. But the crucial moment had passed. The advance to Moscow was resumed at the end of September, but the delay proved to be fatal. Fuel and supplies were delivered through a system that had become stretched beyond its limit, and the lines of communication were enormously overextended. Shortages of every kind impaired the fighting ability of the frontline forces. The vague fears of the generals who had initially harbored doubts were beginning to take the shape of a massive, impending disaster. The advance had been over areas so vast that it was impossible for comprehensive mopping-up operations to be undertaken. Behind the Germans, there lay the huge expanses of territory in which tens of thousands of Red Army troops roamed uncaptured.
The Blitzkrieg was a very limited technique, and it could not be universally or permanently applied. And when the Blitzkrieg, in a sense, ran out of steam, ran out of capability, then I think Hitler and the German command faced very serious problems.
Blitzkrieg's lifeblood was rapid movement, and the spearheads were now being reduced to a perilously slow crawl. The autumn rains were heavy. In France, there had been proper roads. Here, the highways were vanishing into impassable tracts of mud, in which men, vehicles and horses floundered more and more helplessly. Breakdowns increased, and repairs became extremely difficult to carry out. Guderian had started Barbarossa with 600 tanks. By the middle of November, he was left with just 50 that were operational. As the temperature continued to fall and the unforgiving Russian winter arrived, soldiers now paid dearly for the arrogance that had refused to admit the possibility of anything other than a quick, decisive campaign. Few men had more than summer clothing, and frostbite took an agonizing toll.
towards the end of October 1941, many German troops were praying for the weather to become colder, because once the roads froze, the ground would harden, and this would enable the German panzers to continue rolling. Nevertheless, most German troops did not anticipate the kind of temperatures they began to encounter in late November 1941. Cold of the magnitude of -20, -25 degrees centigrade completely undermined the ability of the German soldier to fight effectively and the ability of his equipment. Most German tanks, artillery, simply did not have the capacity to withstand temperatures of this kind. In the artillery, recoil systems froze. Some German commanders reported that it took 12 hours of heating simply to thaw out the engine of a German tank. Once the German army stopped moving, it then became involved in positional fighting. Positional and defensive fighting against the Russian formations increased the demand for supplies at a time when the demand for supplies could not be met.
The mighty offensive in Russia had run its course. German armored divisions lay shattered in the frozen wastes before Moscow, together with Hitler's dreams of glory. The golden days of Blitzkrieg were at an end. An angry Hitler proclaimed himself supreme commander and dismissed many of his highest generals. On Christmas Day 1941, Heinz Guderian was relieved of his command. A shameful way to treat such a committed and successful soldier. Another great soldier who would later be treated even worse by Hitler was Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. While Guderian was in disgrace after the failures in the snows of Russia, Rommel had risen to prominence under the beating sun, following a string of remarkable successes in North Africa. The wide open spaces of the North African desert would, at first glance, appear to have been ideal tank country. In practice, much of this huge arena was actually impassable to tracked vehicles. The soft sand of the deep desert was very difficult to negotiate and played havoc with the vehicles, which were essential for desert warfare. The war in the desert was therefore fought on a narrow coastal strip of passable terrain between the desert and the sea. This small area saw the bulk of the fighting as the campaign in the desert seesawed backwards and forwards between Egypt and Libya. Under Rommel's inspired leadership, the outnumbered German forces were able to achieve some spectacular victories. In many respects, these were classic Blitzkrieg battles, like those in which the Germans had enjoyed such spectacular success during the French campaign. Rommel, of course, had taken part in that campaign, where he had achieved outstanding success as the leader of the 7th Panzer Division, which had gained the nickname the Ghost Division. Rommel applied his experience from France to the desert theater. Despite the enormous difficulties of a very tenuous supply situation, he was able to record some of the most audacious victories of the war. But in so doing, he did create the opportunities for later critics to question some of the aspects of his famous legacy, and in particular, his habit of leading from the front.
Rommel was much criticized for using one of the most important parts of the Blitzkrieg technique, which was to have the commander very far forward, handling the battle, not from a corps headquarters or a division headquarters. He was very much criticized for that, although Rommel, of course, had commanded Panzer Division in 1940. Rommel was the first to break through in the Ardennes and get to the Meuse. So when he is in North Africa, you get, again, virtually classic Blitzkrieg technique adapted to desert warfare conditions. But the essence of that was the command and control system, highly flexible, movable, up with the front, up with the troops, taking account of the situation.
Eventually, even the unexpected victories won by Rommel were overcome by the superior weight of Allied arms ranged against him, and the Afrika Korps was finally defeated in 1943. In Russia at that time, the whole course of the war was about to be decided. On the eve of the Battle of Kursk, Hitler knew the moment of decision had arrived. He had little option but to recall Guderian who was reappointed to the new position of Inspector of the Tank Forces in time for that cataclysmic battle. With Guderian back at the front, Hitler may well have been trying to recapture some of the earlier flair which had produced the successes of 1939 and 1940. He sensed that he was playing his last card on the Russian front. The Battle of Kursk was an all-or-nothing attempt to win the war in Russia. As a gamble, the stakes were enormous, and Hitler was conscious of the benefits which a successful blitzkrieg campaign had once produced.
There's a justifiable argument to say that the huge German offensive in 1943 at Kursk, which was to bite off and destroy the Red Army's salient, was a blitzkrieg attack, was a blitz attack in that sense. On the other hand, the Battle of Kursk degenerated into virtually a slugging match, which is what the blitzkrieg was not supposed to be. It was meant to forestall and indeed to eliminate that kind of battle. And I and some of my colleagues have reservations about describing that battle as a blitzkrieg attack in that sense.
With the defeat at Kursk, the writing was clearly on the wall for the Wehrmacht. The fears of those generals who had opposed the blitzkrieg concept in the first place now proved to be hauntingly correct. Even Hitler must now have known that any hope of final victory was gone. Hitler had wanted to avoid a war on two fronts at all costs. He now had a war on three fronts, as the Allies were engaged against the German forces in Italy, France, and Russia. With the exception of the Italian front, which had been stabilized under Kesselring, there was a remorseless stream of bad news from both East and West.
I think it's fair to say it would have taken a miracle for Germany to win in 1944. Certainly on the Eastern Front, Germany no longer held a strategic initiative, and indeed throughout 1944 the Red Army was to inflict a series of massive defeats upon the German army. Perhaps Germany's only chance of prevailing in World War II in 1944 would have been if they had managed to successfully defeat the Allied invasion of Northwest Europe, i.e. D-Day, on the 6th of June 1944. D-Day didn't so much end the war in itself, but it ensured that Germany would be defeated, because Germany was struggling to contain the Red Army on the Eastern Front with 75% of its available resources. What D-Day ensured was that the remaining 25% would have to be diverted towards fighting the other enemy, namely Britain and the United States. This was a task that Germany was simply not capable of.
These terrible psychological blows further damaged Hitler's already paranoid personality and served to further cloud his deranged decision-making ability. In contrast to the strutting peacock of 1940, he had become a complete fantasist and recluse. The effects of the failed attempt by his own officers to take Hitler's life, by the bomb explosion in his headquarters in June 1944, further hampered his ability to make any form of rational decision.
It might be said that the significance of the failed assassination attempt on Hitler is that in some respects it actually increased the war rather than shortened it, because it brought to power some of the more ideologically fanatical members of the German Reich who ensured that the Allies would have to fight right to the streets of Berlin in order to completely defeat Germany. It therefore completely ruled out the idea of any compromised surrender on Germany's behalf. Germany was going to fight to the death and force its opponents to do so.
One last manifestation of the decline of Hitler's decision-making power was his disastrous decision to mount the ill-fated Ardennes Offensive in late 1944. This enormous operation drew on the last reserves of manpower available to the Wehrmacht. There is little doubt that the High Command would have preferred to see these precious forces which were deployed in the Ardennes thrown against the ominous advances of the Red Army. Now he really was clutching at straws, but once again, it seemed Hitler was harking back to the glory days of the Blitzkrieg. Once again, he hoped that a powerful and unexpected thrust through the Ardennes region, which had led to the former victory over France in 1940, would again bring him glory from the jaws of defeat. This time, he was to be disappointed. Desperately short of both fuel and ammunition, the massive German assault was quickly brought to a standstill by the superior Allied ground forces. and equally quickly, it was ground into submission by the ever-present Allied Air Force.
The German attack in 1944, the so-called Ardennes Offensive, was meant to be a classic blitzkrieg. And again, it ran out of steam, if you like, for two reasons. It ran out of steam because of logistical problems. And secondly, it ran out not of steam, but was pounded to pieces because it did not have control of the air. Once the weather cleared and the Allied air forces got into action, a key component of the blitzkrieg technique was air control and the kind of air superiority that they needed.
Without control of the air, this last blitzkrieg did not enjoy the remotest possibility of success. Blitzkrieg had been designed as a fast-moving surprise attack. It was not a doctrine which could survive the attritional demands of a long, drawn-out war. Undaunted, Hitler ordered a last offensive in Hungary, but by now the writing was on the wall. There would never again be a successful blitzkrieg attack. Given the depraved regime from which the doctrine sprang, we can all be thankful for that.